Red. When that on. Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole for October 21st, 2025. Clerk, will you please call our roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazur.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray.
Present.
Chair Strebs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
Commissioner DeLue.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
You have 8 present.
Thank you, Clerk. Commissioner Morales did communicate she had a conflict and will join us this evening at our later session. All right, let's move to public comment. This is an opportunity. Public comment can be made in person or by phone by calling 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748. And then pressing *3 to join the queue. This is your opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes on any topic in a professional and respectful manner. Once you're recognized, whether in person or on the phone, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Please come forward and join us at the podium. And on the mic stand, you'll see a button with a person on it. If you press that, that'll turn your mic on. There you go. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Steve Loney. I'm from, my address is 6080 North 24th Street in Kalamazoo, Richland Township. I'm also a principal at Tower Pinkster Architects and Engineers here in Kalamazoo, and I'd like to address the board this afternoon regarding item number 9, I believe, on your agenda, which is A&E services for the new county administration building. We would like to add our support to that being a formal request for proposal process, as projects of this size and scale and caliber have always been in the county. It's been our experience that that's been the fairest and most professional way to administer those contracts. So we would like to add our support to the board for that process being upheld for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please join us. Welcome.
Soriano.
There you go. Yep.
Thank you. Happy to be here tonight. Commissioner Strebs, Sherry from the Village of Schoolcraft, back again to request your consideration for the park equipment for our village park. Thank you. I know you're going to be discussing it tonight, so I wanted to get my last few words in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want me to leave that on or shut it off?
Is there anyone else wishing to make comment? Oh, sorry. All right, administrators or anyone online? Good. All right, thank you. All right, we will end our public comment period. We're going to move forward to items, both items 3 and 4. We'll do a review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements and our monthly financial report. We'll welcome Finance Director Ryan Post for those items. Welcome, Director.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. This evening, we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $4,513,301.68 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $2,930,037.15. Payroll disbursements totaling $6,241,826.50 are presented for the October 10th general and special payrolls, along with the October 15th elected payroll. That being said, we welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Any questions, Commissioners? I'm seeing none.
Thank you. And moving on to the monthly financial statement of September 2025. This was presented for this evening with various comments for the Board of Commissioners to review along with the financials. And with that being said, we'll open up to questions for the September statement.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And again, let me reiterate how grateful I am for these reports. I think it gives us a good idea where we are throughout the year, especially as we go through the budget process now. I want to go to page 8. Right now, it's the end of page 6 of 9. Actually, it's beginning of page 7 of 9, where you talked about the expenditures by department, and it's got us at 71.61%. And we should be at 75% 9 out of 12 months through the
Correct.
year. One of the things, and I mentioned this several times, the transfers out, the 18.65 million out of the 20.745 million that we traditionally do in the first couple months of the year, and we're at 89.91%. I just want to remind commissioners and everyone else, while accurate, that 71.61 is not an accurate reflection of what we are spending on a trend per year. The transfers out come out at the beginning. If you were to take that transfers out line and just add up from general government to community and economic development, the amended budgets versus the actual, we'd really be at 66.39% of budget as opposed to the 75 we would be at, which, taking that to the end of the year, is about $8.4 million in expenditures that we will not allocate this year. Is that roughly a correct assessment about the 8.4 if you take that transfers out? Or you'd have to look at it?
I think it's fair to say that there will be a surplus under spending. That is a fact. The dollar amount I'm not able to comment on at this time.
Okay, fair enough. Appreciate that. If the last 3 months of the year go like the first 9 months of the year did, or very close to it, we will have a little over $8 million in expenditures that we will not spend, that we planned on spending. So I did let that sink in. That is part of how we get to $10 and $11 million in carryover each and every year for the past 4 or 5 years. It's mostly on our expenditure side. And I've got a feeling that a lot of these are positions that are vacant in this spending side. So as we go through the budget and we're allocating dollars, I remind commissioners to keep this in mind as we do it. I don't think we'll have a drastic change. I think we've gotten a lot closer over the last 2 or 3 years on our revenue projections. I think we've done a good job of that. As we nail down to this year's budget, or, as they say, a budget is always a liquid document. As we go through it, we can identify those sources so that we're not going to have $8 and $10 million in carryover every year in our audit. So that being said, I appreciate the report.
I'm seeing no further questions at this time. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move forward to item 6. Receive a lobbyist update. We're going to welcome Graham Filler from McKelvey and Associates, who's working hard for us in Lansing. Welcome, Graham.
Sure.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Send you back to the galley. So I'm going to welcome now, item number 5, our monthly investment report with Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Welcome, Chief Deputy. Sorry about that.
No worries. You put me up here when you've got somebody far more qualified if they want to read it. So for our investments as of September 30th, the county's investment portfolio had a par value balance of $180,184,648.85 and a market value of $179,869,728.46. There's a mark-to-market variance between our par and market values of $314,920.39. It's an improvement from August of $114,320.95. So we're pretty close when it comes to our par and market values as market values continue to go up. But as a reminder, our mark-to-market variance only impacts our bottom line if we were to liquidate our portfolio. Our strategy is to hold assets until maturity to avoid realized losses. As I say every month, please don't. For the month of September, our portfolio earned $560,716.57 on an average daily balance of $163,681,744.49. That's an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.17%. And this is inclusive of all realized gains, losses, sales, maturities. And of this, $340,278.88 relates to general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. For the year, our portfolio has earned $5,369,626.12 on an average daily balance of $162,306,802.97 for an effective rate of return on the investments of 4.42% for the year to date. Like our monthly reporting, also inclusive of amortization, premiums, gains, losses. And of the $5.3 million we've earned to date, $3,226,198.74 relates to the general fund. And if we assume the fourth quarter follows a similar trend as the first 9 months of the year, we're on track to earn $7.16 million this year. Note that we don't have updated inflation numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The Bureau cited Social Security Administration statutory duty. They've got deadlines for cost of living adjustments, and between the government shutdown, this fell by the wayside. A quick recap for context of where we're at with August numbers. So as of August, inflation was 2.9% over the past 12 months. Our 4.17% rate of return is higher than inflation, experienced a net 1.27% gain in purchasing power based on August report. And that was spread across the following categories: food up 3.2%, energy commodities or fuel down 6.2%, energy services for utilities up 7.7%, of which electricity was up 6.2%, gas was up 13.8%, shelter up 3.6%, transportation services up 3.5%, medical services up 4.2%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, up 1.5%. I'd be happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you very much for that report. It's great. I'm curious because you said gas is up, but yeah, I see if you go by the pumps, they're all down considerably from last year at this time. In fact, from 4 months ago, it's considerably less than it was. And no, I appreciate your report. It's very informative. I love seeing us where we're going, even with the interest rate decrease a little bit. It didn't affect us. It doesn't appear a whole lot, I guess, would be my second part of my question. Thank you.
Yes, sir. To clarify, so as far as gas prices going down, for energy commodities for fuel, that's down 6.2%. What's going up is gas, like natural gas, for heating homes. And as far as the rate cuts, fortunately haven't had too much of an impact on us yet. Part of that might be masked because we had a significant increase in what we invested as property tax collections were coming in. We're just getting more dollars in. The market's pricing in at least one more rate cut by December. Once we have actual inflation numbers, they're due to be published this Friday. If the board would like, I can send updates on that as well to the administrator if you want to forward those, so we can have up-to-date info. But I think it's a bit of two things. It hasn't had all that much impact because it was only a quarter basis point cut, or 250 basis point cut, 0.25% cut. And there's one more planned for the end of the year if the market's to be believed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'll just follow up with some of the data from the BLS. They're sort of changing. There's a lot of noise, so please correct me if I'm confused. But I think some of the data we'll receive may be more annualized than it had been in the past, and the reporting cycle is stretched out a bit. I know that we receive guidance with investment strategy, but will that have much of an impact if we see the change in the frequency or the reliability of economic data coming into us from the federal government on decisions that we're making in investment strategy?
So yes and no, the famous economist term. So yes, there's a lot of noise going on in the federal government right now, as everybody knows. Currently, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is without a commissioner. The commissioner who was fired by President Trump, the nominee to replace. I don't know whether it was their choice to say, hey, I'm not interested in this job anymore, or if they didn't have the votes from the Senate. But they're no longer in consideration, and I haven't seen any updates on who's going to lead the department afterwards. So as far as stretching out on when we'll get that info more annualized, whether intentional or not, I think that's likely just going to happen because there's a vacuum of somebody at the top. And a government shutdown certainly doesn't help that. As far as our updates from our investment partners, they're largely looking at what the rest of the market does. And because we're Public Act 20 compliant, there's only so many things we can really invest in. Our different investment partners, they'll say, this is what we're pricing in based on what the rest of the market is doing. So they're not going to lowball or try to offer more than they should. So they're kind of following the pack. Fortunately, we're still getting pretty good returns on that. And our more liquid investments, our pooled funds, those with partners like the Huntington Liquidity Portal, Michigan Class, so on and so forth. Those are based on the active rates that we've got right now with the Fed. And so as they cut those fall. But until those cuts happen, we're still getting well over 4% on those each month. So yes, it will have an impact, but only for some of our longer term stuff. And we've been trying to price that in for the last year and a half now, anticipating rate cuts would come in. They're starting to, and that will likely continue, at least in the immediate future.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. All right, now I will warmly welcome back for item number 5, our lobbyist update from Graham Filler with McKelvey and Associates. Welcome.
Chair, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Kevin, thanks for everything. I guess there's 2 words I want to share with you, give my presentation, but inexact science, because that's kind of how we all survived this state budget in the last month. It was basically the worst process I've ever seen. People of both parties having a difficult time talking to each other, and yet somehow they got what amounted to be a decent state budget done. Of course, it was all based on federal decoupling and a wholesaler cannabis tax. That's just what the parties decided on. But I give a lot of credit to members of this board, members of this community, because there was a lot of outreach from the Kalamazoo area about revenue sharing and about the House Republicans' budget, which would have been quite damaging. And people heard you and they heard me. And so that did not go through. And the revenue sharing that was eventually done by the House and the Senate and signed by the governor is better than what we expected. So I give a lot of credit. I will say, as your lobbyist, I'll give you one victory story because that was a really cool thing. Prosecutor Getting-It reached out to members of this board and to Administrator Dr. Catlin and said, hey, got some issues with funding. I had known about it. And then the counties, Michigan Association of Counties knew about it. The prosecutors knew about it. But we were all trying to crack the nut. And it just took everybody meeting with individuals, me calling some contacts I had, and then that was included as part of the state budget also. So that was a really big win for them. And so I like to point out some of the positives amidst some of the negatives in state politics. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I did want to talk about, I think Kalamazoo is a really good story. And honestly, the county has a good name in Lansing because apparently some of the folks who are part of Kalamazoo County have done a good job with their filing of reports and their details and their economic development strategies. And so I'd like to bring that story to the Capitol at some point. I'd like to do a Kalamazoo Day, whatever you decide and Dr. Catlin decides. But I would like you guys to visit some of the legislators because what I found is every time there was outreach, it was an impact and it was a positive impact and people really listened to you. So that's sort of my overview. I love representing Kalamazoo County. I love it that I've gotten to get in big, big topics, big fights in the Capitol because of the representation of this county. And I think talking about a Kalamazoo Day at the Capitol is an important thing. Talking about whether you'd like to do some appropriations asks in 2026. It will be a tougher budget, but that's why I think if you start now, you can talk about what's really important to this county when seeing a 1 million or a 5 million or a $10 million ask from the state budget in 2026. Chair or Administrator Dr. Catlin, is there anything else you'd like me to cover today?
No, I know that we had reached out, there was MEDC was working on a review of a grant for local auto parts manufacturer.
Oh, was this the
Dura Shiloh?
Dura Shiloh?
And I wondered if you've had any conversations related to that.
Yeah, so 2 action items there. Number one, MEDC is sort of having issues right now politically, and sort of a review in general of what the future of the MEDC is in the state of Michigan. There are individuals in the state legislature who would like to see the MEDC just go away and just disappear overnight and their funding be dispersed to other departments. There are others who are very negative about the MEDC because they claim they just give away money without proper guardrails. And then there's folks like me and others who have seen MEDC weigh in to projects like Dura Shiloh and do a great job and keep jobs in communities. And so I just want you to know about that sort of ongoing swirling confusion around the MEDC. But in the midst of that, we did have a meeting with MEDC. They know about it. They've done the visit. They're engaged with, I believe it's Southwest Michigan First, and the area where the expansion would happen. And I've also met with Dura Shiloh's representation in Lansing to talk to them about how we can be supportive of that, because that will add and retain jobs here in Kalamazoo County.
I'll inquire about, and then I'll go to Vice Chair Pro Tem, and I see a brief mention of it in the report that you provided. But during our budget discussions, we were problem solving funding shortfall for the courts, which I think we've resolved with our budget process. But there's a number of mandates, particularly the cost of transcription services. And that was elevated by our chief judge. And so what is the best approach for us to continue to tackle that? So, for local government, unfunded mandate from the state legislature is burdensome, and it rears its head in many ways. But on this one in particular, what is the strategy?
Yeah, and I'm going to butcher the name. Jaguar, did I get it? Okay. I spoke to a judge, and I have a meeting on Thursday with the Michigan Association of Counties, because I know that this is a statewide issue, especially with the transcription services. And I want to know, are we going to put together a strategy? Because Kalamazoo County is a powerful county, but even more powerful when we partner maybe with a Wayne or a Macomb that's having the same issue. Are we going to build a coalition? Are we going to make this something where we want the state legislature to put something in the state budget about it? Or are we going to try to pass something legislatively so that the unfunded mandate stops being an unfunded mandate? And so I want to get a little insight as to whether they have a plan, and encourage them to please have a plan, because it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of money that they don't budget for, that it's hoisted upon them by the state. And so that's my next step when it comes to the court funding issue.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Graham, for your work as a lobbyist for us in Lansing and stuff. In your report that you provided to Dr. Kaplan, who passed it out to the rest of us, I did share that, did some conversations with some of our legislators, and including Matt Hall's office. Some of the concerns that I see us facing are a lot of unfunded mandates, which you were just kind of alluding to.
That's right.
SM4 is a big one. You had that on your sheet. This is affecting not just the county, but it also affects many, many different entities within our county as well as across the state. A lot of the local villages, townships, and cities, school districts and our businesses are being affected by this unfunded mandate, which is requiring a great deal of resources be put at it. And I did actually chat with some folks from the Treasury Department and said, these unfunded mandates are killing us. We aren't really budgeting for them, but yet we're having to pay the bill at the end of the day. The little village of Augusta, 1 square mile in the township, is already got better than $6,000 put out for the SM4 just to get a permit to do what they're telling us we have to do. So, I mean, where do we go from? This is ridiculous. This is and the people at the Treasury are going, yes, and we're seeing that there's going to be more of this. And how do communities budget for this? I mean, we have to have a budget that, basically says we're going to get this amount, we're going to spend this amount. And we're in a pickle now because, all of a sudden, by the way, you need to fund another $1 million over here to accomplish what we're telling you got to do. And that doesn't mean you're doing it. That means you got to get your permit to do it. I mean, we're facing this with our law enforcement, our firefighters are now being told that, you got to do all this training because the state says you have to. Whether it applies to you or not, but I'm going to bet you $1, I'll bet you $20 that anything north of Lansing probably doesn't come close to meeting the fire department mandates that are being put on by the state fire departments. And law enforcement's in the same boat. We're being told that you have to do this, and this. And that was the reason I didn't support it back when it was called Malazzi, which is a long time back. That's when they first started. The state said, no, we just want to make sure our police officers are getting trained. I'm good with getting them trained, and we need to get them trained. We need to have that good training for the public safety and for us being out there. But now they're telling us, if you don't do this, you guys are no longer law enforcement. Okay, so where does that help our community? Where does that make us safer? And I think legislation, we need to be talking with our legislators about, we can't have these unfunded mandates. Okay, we want to have the training, we want our communities to be safe, but they gotta quit coming down on us and saying, hey, your drain commissioner needs to have 5 more people because they gotta make sure that the drain is flowing downhill. And that the animals aren't over there, or we're not putting stuff in the river. And I get it. We want the rivers and lakes to be safe, but it's killing us as communities. And I'm hearing from a lot of my fellow community leaders that this is unacceptable. We just can't continue to keep up with. If you want us to do it, fine. Give us a permit. Kind of share what you want us to do, but Eagle's got to talk to us and say, hey, okay, you don't need to have 4 engineers design this thing so the water flows downhill. We know it flows downhill, and payday's Friday, so I guess we all could be plumbers. But it's I'm sorry, I just get a little angry when I continue to see these unfunded mandates come down and hurting our communities, our road commission, our drain commissioners, our school districts, our businesses, and our communities. Is there any hope of getting somewhere with these folks or with this problem?
We've got sort of a long-term strategy, especially on something like MS4. Unfortunately, the folks at Eagle that kind of before my time working for you guys, the outreach wasn't great. They'd say, this is important to, protect the environment, and that's enough. And sometimes we would fight back. I served in the legislature before jumping on to McKelvey Merchant. Sometimes I would win and sometimes I would lose. MS4 is really interesting because I don't know if we got some legislation introduced that would cut down on something like that as an unfunded mandate. Could that move the needle? Could that pressure Eagle, that department? I believe it's Water Resource Division, which is a notoriously difficult division in Eagle. Could we get them to back down or to make accommodations or cut down on some of their regulations that have been so damaging to these smaller counties and basically everybody. But I don't know. So I'm going to go meet with Eagle specifically on behalf of Kalamazoo County. If it goes badly, then I get to go back to the drawing board and see if it's time to go to the legislature and ask them to do an oversight hearing to talk about all these unfunded mandates, drop some legislation, try to find some bipartisan cooperation when it comes to taking these off counties. And so it remains to be seen, but that is a really difficult one right there because they're not elected officials. And so you do your outreach and they say, okay, thank you. And then that's that. So that's a really difficult one, but just know that we're gonna start this month and then see what we can sort of create as a plan going forward. It's not the only one.
Let me go to Vice Chair. I'll come back to you, Vice Chair.
First off, thank you very much for your help on the budget. I know there's a lot of high dysfunction in Lansing, and I want a testament to this board. A lot of our board members, we reached out to the various representatives. I want to thank Commissioner Hepler for reaching out to Matt Hall about the revenue sharing. I think that had a big impact in the state side. As we move forward, well, first for the MEDC, the refunctioning of that, I kind of would like to get updates or just how that's going to work. A lot of the time when we're in the economic development world and we're competing with states like Illinois or Texas, we get blown out of the water.
That's right.
We've got to come up with creative solutions, whether it be, holding a property in the land bank or come up with some enterprise zones or come up with a multitude of different sort of TIFs and a different sort of package together with both state, MEDC, a small amount, and then locals to try to piece together these projects. And the people in other states don't. They get it all their support from the state.
If I could interrupt real quick, just because it's relevant to you. One of the agreements between the Senate Majority Leader, the Speaker, and the Governor was, all right, so we're getting rid of SOAR, 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 which is sort of the pot of money that's used for economic development. And that was part of the budget agreement. But they made a follow-up agreement, which is they all acknowledged, yes, we're getting rid of SOAR, but we do need economic development here in the state of Michigan. And so they're apparently working in a bipartisan manner to create something like the old Good Jobs that was in the state of Michigan, which is if you built and created a certain number of jobs and followed certain things laid out in the Good Jobs program, then some, property tax you'd be able to, not pay it. And that was something that I believe was created under Governor Rick Snyder, and then the various bodies are going to work on that now. And that's supposed to be done before January 1st, 2026. And so just know that's something that came out. Devil's in the details, and that's for all the principals to work out in Lansing, but just know that that's coming down the pipe.
That's very encouraging news, and nothing pushes a motivation to work together more than a ruined presidential campaign. But as far as the 2026 budget that we're going through in the lobbyists, the two things that I see as the most important is one, as the Vice Chair Pro Tem mentioned, the MS4 compliance.
Yeah.
I think that has a real potential to be a huge revenue expenditure on local municipalities as we get more and more and more compliant, and as those restrictions go up every year. I've got no problem personally with the compliance portion of it if they fund it, if the state comes and funds it, as opposed to just passing it on to the locals and say, this is a good idea, you pay for it. As long as the state is funding their MS4 work or Eagle is funding it, I personally don't have a problem with it. It's just the unfunded mandate aspect that I really hold issue with. And then on the 26 budget, the appropriations, the ask, I think the one crown jewel that we have potential to get is the household hazardous waste dollars for a household hazardous waste building. That's on our sort of a strategic plan for buildings that we're going to be doing in the next few years. And I think that is something that may generate bipartisan support. It may generate some sort of camaraderie. And I think if we're going to push for something, it should be a large dollar amount for the household hazardous waste as opposed to any other thing that may or may not draw political ire from one side or the other. But that's just kind of my suggestion.
Okay, and my advice for the board is to have that essentially fleshed out in the next couple months, because the earlier that I can get started on it with the relationships, with the, letters from members, both Republican and Democrat, and essentially get everyone agreed, like, this is the one. This is one of the key asks for Kalamazoo County, then that gives me a good runway to work on that. So that's just my ask for this board.
I'm gonna lift one more. I'd be remiss, there's been ongoing discussion with MDHHS back to the administrative departments around the PHP procurement process. MAC has had a strategy statewide related to that, but it directly has an impact on the functioning of our delegated authority to integrated services, Kalamazoo, our mental health authority here. And at least recently there's a litigation where declarative relief was articulated in court, and they felt the department, as a matter, there's still fact to weigh out through the judicial process, but that the procurement may not be able to move forward as the department had been planning.
You're talking about the MDHHS plan to modify the way PIHPs provide
Yeah,
service.
It's to generally to privatize the public
That's right.
mental health system. And so I know that there is draft litigation in process within at least the state house. And I'd like to, have some understanding as that moves forward.
Yeah.
The court found that, there's substantial concern with basically how funding becomes assured for community mental health programs. And that for our board here, it links really closely with a lot of work we do around gun violence intervention, our courts, so housing, those are all intersectional issues with how our public mental health system functions. So I just want to make sure that that remains on the radar because it's an intersectional systemic issue for us.
Okay, thank you. It's not on the sort of update that I gave to you guys, but I will follow up with Dr. Catlin, and then I will add that to the list.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pro Tem, did you have one more?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for your work up there, and I did reach out to Senator Sean McCann's office on a couple of these topics, and including the MS4 issue that's really been very problematic. And like I said, I don't mind if they want us to do these things, but they need to throw a few bucks our way. It's difficult for government entities nowadays to try to get our job done. As we are trying to take care of a number of things as chair, vice chair, myself have articulated tonight. But household hazardous waste is another big issue. I sit on that committee, and we're trying to make sure we get, and also recycling. At least they're funding that one. Materials handling, I should call it. I guess I call it recycling. It's quicker, faster. But the unfunded ones are what's, they want us to do the work. I'm fine with doing the work. I don't see us having that big a problem, but we're glad to step up and do it. But we can't just get a funding. Hey, you need to fund this, and wait a minute. Our law enforcement's having the same problem. We're dealing with a number of folks that they have thrown out in the community, and we're trying to take care of the fire, the police.
Sure.
Our ambulance services are busy trying to help these folks, but we weren't designed for that particular task.
Yeah, and as I get a better feel for something like MS4, I'm thankful to you guys for leaning on Senator McCann, Rep. Rogers, Rep. Long John. They're really good advocates for Kalamazoo County. And I just really encourage you, because I think on something like MS4, we could make a dent in the next 6 months, but we're going to need their help. So
thank you so much for the updates. We appreciate the time. We'll continue the dialogues. Thank you. All right, I'm going to move us forward to item 7, fair feasibility study and strategic plan discussion. Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, before we move on, could I ask, are we going to have Graham back quarterly or periodically?
We will plan for regular updates.
Okay, because that was supposed to inform it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. All right, so at our last meeting, we received a study completed for the fair feasibility. We were able to ask some questions at the time. We need to open up for additional discussion, garnering some direction on a way forward. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate the study, but I would remind the board where we were last year at this time during budget discussions. There was really close to a motion from the floor to hire a fair director for $150,000 a year, and we were going to put that in the budget. We decided at that time that it would make more sense to do a feasibility study and come back for the next year's budget. We told the people on the Fair Council, we've told people in 4-H that we were not going to do a fair in 2025 and that we would plan and we would find a purpose and a way to do one in 2026. That being said, I am fully prepared to direct administration or purchasing to go out and get an RFP to see what it would cost us for 6 days or 5 days of an amusement ride. I think we have to tackle this in a two-step process. One, what does the 2026 and 2027 fair look like? Is it going to be here at the county fairgrounds? And then as we go to the 2028, 2029 or beyond, we really need to figure out a way to get the fair out of county government. And I think that most entities, it's a public-private partnership, or most counties, and it's run by a private fair board with sponsors and everything. We're far away from that now. But that being said, I think we have opportunity. Our administration has reached out to various large entities in the community in Vicksburg and other places that we could have potential for a 2020, a future fair with a future fairgrounds. I think the long-term goal needs to be, how do we get the fair out of the Parks Department and how do we get it to be a self-sustaining entity? And it's probably going to take seed money from the county to do that. I looked in 2025 at the report that Ryan just gave us on the 2025 budget. We've got in strategic reserve, and I think that was initially planned as a budget item for salaries from Siegel studies. It's never been used. That $50,000 from 2025 could be used as or I'd like to get recommendations from administration, but could be used to go out and get an RFP and see if it's going to cost us -$40,000 or -$50,000 a year to run a fair at the current fairgrounds for 2026. If we're going to do that, that's something that we need to do now and make a decision probably tonight. If that's something that we want to go ahead and do. My problem is I have no idea what the negative, we got the report that Jackson County spent $1.4 million in a fair and then if you ask the questions and do the follow-up in the report, you see that Jackson County also made $1.405 million from the fair, so they spent -$5,000. Calhoun County spent, according to the report, spent an awful lot of number, but if you look down into the report, they made it all back. So the expenditures that was presented in the study were initial upfront costs, but I don't think they were the totality of the expenses if you include the revenue as well as the expenditure. So I really don't know what a fair will cost the county. And I think at this point, I'm okay and I'm open to sending out an RFP so that we can have more information of what it costs. Quite frankly, I think we probably should have done that last year. But that being said, we are in the position we are now. That's my position. I'd like to send out an RFP or direct administration or purchasing to go out and see what a carnival would cost at the current county fairgrounds for next year, with anticipation in multiple years we move towards outsourcing the county fair from county government.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair, for bringing this forward. As you have articulated, I agree with you. Our survey showed that 33% of people would love to see a new fair. 30% said, yeah, they'd go with the fair or not go with the fair. So if you take those numbers and extrapolate that out over our county of 260,000, that gives us a number of about 85,000, 86,000 of our population want a fair. And if you take 10 or 15% of that 30,000, that's another 39. That comes up to about 100,000 plus people in the county would love to see a fair here in our county. We had fairs in this county for over 100 years. All of a sudden, the last 5 years, we haven't been able to. I agree. It would be fine if we can, there seems to be a whole gamut of places that have had fairs either sponsored by the county or private entities, and they can be successful. So we can work to be successful or we can work to fail. And I think by showing that we can have a successful county fair at our facilities until one can be established by a private entity, as the vice chair has talked about, great. But I think we owe it to those kids and those that are working extremely hard in the 4-H program, to have some entertainment to go along with that hard work. And I think it's incumbent upon us to step up and make this happen. A fair can be done. I've been in it for a long time. And yes, there is an expense, but there's also income from it. It just depends on how you want to do the numbers. So I would be strongly supporting that something get done immediately, if not sooner, that we put out an RFP for a fair, and if we need to, a fair director. There was money put into the budget, into the Parks Department for a position. I don't know if we need to fund that separately outside the fair folks, or if we can do it within the fair. But I guess I would be happy to work with administration and our parks and to make this happen. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Just for information purposes, I did receive communication that there is potentially a 501c3 that is waiting for approval that would like to eventually help out with the fair, but just as anything, it's going to take time. So in the meantime, we're kind of left to be it.
So I'll, add some insight. I think the traditions of community are important, and when we develop spaces for people to be in real life together, in community together, are probably on plus a good thing. The study we received, though, does not express that there is exceedingly strong support for a fair, and that does not mean I don't support one, but we need to be mindful about what we direct for expenditures. Because we will not recoup all of that. The successful fairs come close to breaking even. And with our fair has lulled, it's going to take time to reinvigorate, excitement around the fair, because there are carnivals available in the community. I participated in 4-H for many years as a young person. And I grew up in Calhoun County, and Calhoun County didn't have their fair in the city of Battle Creek. That fair occurs in Marshall, Michigan, closer to the agricultural heart of the community. And I think long term, when we're looking at locations, in particularly South County, our facilities at the fairgrounds are in need of repair. I just don't think it's probably the right location. And if we can come up long term with a strategy to place that fair in the heart of really where it should be, connected close to the vibrancy of the agricultural life in the community, I think it'll be a more vibrant event for everybody that way. So I think this is a transition period. I would support, determining what it takes for us to get food and ride vendors, contracting them. I know the timelines are tight. We have lots of fairs that sort of occur around the same time of the year. There's a limited number of the vendors. And so we do need to act soon if we're going to get on anybody's calendar. But I also would not support us spending, over $1 million on a fair during this transition. We're asking to lose a lot of resources that we need to address other pressing life and death needs in the community. So on balance, I think we can get there. I just want to make sure that we're being mindful. It's a transition, and we're cost conscious in the process. Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're at the point where we're basically throwing things out to see if anything gets a lot of attention. And one of the things that possibly for some of you feels blasphemous would be during the transition, if we're going to wind up with the Kalamazoo County Fair, does it need to start out as a Kalamazoo County Fair, or could it be done in conjunction with Calhoun? Centerville, I think, still has a marvelous fair, and that's called the Centerville Fair, as far as I know. It's not the St. Joe County Fair, and maybe we could have the. I'm just using this as an example. Kalamazoo and Centerville Rural Fair, or whatever you want to call it, and see if that then gets everybody a little more adjusted to the idea of 4-H and ag dominance with carnivals and elephant ears.
Yes.
You know, that's coming.
Yeah.
And then we'll see if we, that gives us enough experience and enough feeling for it and enough examples of what it costs to see if the CO, what is it, 501c3 that is started, that has possibilities, I think, and I'd hate to see us rule things out at this point just because we don't, have the glasses on that would let us see through the chaos that we're in right now for this kind of a thing. So I just throw that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, I'm glad we did this study because I really think it shed some light on what we're looking at. And of course, being as old as I am, I remember the old fair. I think those days are gone. I don't think the support from the community is there. Like say 30% will take it, the other 30% take it or leave it, which means about 10% would take it. I just think the cost is going to be prohibitive. Now outsourcing it, that would be great. If you want to do one more RFP to see what it would actually cost, like Chair Streb said, as long as we don't spend too much money on that, because I think in the end, it's just going to be something we all want, but it's not feasible.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, just really quick, there's not 32% of the county that wants to go to Western football games. There's not 32% of the county that wants to go to Western basketball games. Quite frankly, I don't think you'll find any event in the county that will draw 32% of the people that will want to see that. Most of our expenditures, I would say, would probably not receive 32% of county residents. 32%, as Vice Chair Pro Tem said, is about 80,000 people. So 80,000 people want a fair in Kalamazoo County. That to me is a significant, that's more than public support. That's more public support than we have for our university football games. That's more public support than we have for our downtown festivals. That's more public support than we have for anything we do in Kalamazoo County. And we're dismissing it because it's not at 50%, I think is short-sighted. I think we really need to take a step back and ask, what do the residents of Kalamazoo County want? And realize that 32% is 80,000 people that want to see a fair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's important analysis that there is support. I see Commissioner Wheeler, Mazur, I'm sorry. The study saw how people that it was representative of people from the 4-H community. So there was a representation that sort of skewed towards that population. So I think that's also something to keep in mind. The heart of the population center is in our cities, and they're not closely connected to the 4-H community. So this was like among people in 4-H, about half of them a third really wanted rides with the animal showcase, and a third of them were like, well, just the showcase is okay. So, but I think the point, I don't, want to diminish the point. It is something that does have community support, but we didn't have an overwhelmingly successful fair because it is a different time. I think a lot of us, I'm nostalgic about, like I said, I was in it for many years. I love go eat my elephant ears and go visit the animals and, do the events and buy a tacky cowboy hat or whatever it was. That was fun stuff. But it is a little bit of a different time now. Commissioner Mazer.
I would support the RFP. I think that's a good idea. I grew up going to the Centerville Fair, so every year it was a tradition. We went down there, so I liked your idea too. About looking into the Centerville Fair. So, but I don't really want to dismiss it.
So, administration, what do you need to glean from this discussion to help you have direction to move forward from us?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. This evening, what we really need is we need the group to coalesce on what success looks like in this process. We don't know at this point what success looks like, whether that's having rides, whether that's having just people in general attend, whether that's collaborating with the 4-H youth showcase. We have no idea what to write up in the published RFP to entice and encourage folks to apply for that opportunity. So I think that's what we really need to glean from the body before we can articulate any sort of or draft any sort of RFP to have a county fair next year in 2026, which will be challenging at this point. It's already October. An RFP to draft, I would say for staff to do that. Recognizing obviously that our Parks Department is busy currently. It'd probably take about at least a month to draft, and we have to have it published for at least another month. So we're looking at about January before we start reviewing those responses, finalizing those responses and a recommendation to the board. Now we're in February. That leaves February to summer to plan anything. I mean, time is of the essence. So we need to know what success looks like in order to be able to move forward so that we can provide something that the board wants to engage.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. We were, during the study that we got, it said something about having the fair and then having some kind of show at the end of the fair on Saturday for the kids. None of that spelled out how they were going to accomplish that. None of that was even spelled out at all. How you're going to get these food vendors that you want to have are not going to come to something that they can't make a living. They're not going to waste their time coming here if there's not enough support to sustain them. Yes, I think we need to move ahead with a fair for this next year, and then you're going to see how it's going to work. But right now we spent all of last year doing this study that we did, and we didn't get it back till just last meeting. And I would point out that we had 33% that wanted to see a carnival with the fair. We had 32% that said they just wanted to see the 4-H show. You had another 30% that were on the fence. So that's not a 50-50. It's a 30-30-30 basically. So I think it's important that we celebrate these kids, and it gives the community a chance to see what our agricultural side of our community does.
Vice Chair Pro Tem, so I think we understand the point that you're making. What would you see as a successful fair in your mind? You want rides for how many days? You want food vendors? What is it that we can provide direction concretely to administration and to staff to begin the search?
Thank you, Chair. What I'd like to see is a collaboration with our 4-H groups so that folks that come to the fair can see the animals, much as you articulated, to also experience the rides, to have the food vendors, because they will come when you have the adequate amount of staffing or people that will come and support your food vendors. They will come and they will support. Now, obviously, there is a lot of work in it. I'm not minimizing that the work that's necessary for a county fair is, but we have chased away a lot of our supporters, unfortunately. And I think we need to regain that. There is all kinds of potential out there for folks that would be willing to help, but it is going to be a lot of work, and it's going to require somebody to probably sit down. We had a person that was that took care of the fair, and then that rolled into the
So
Parks
let's move forward discussion into some planning. We hear from Vice Chair.
Yeah, success to me looks like attendance between 40 and 50,000 people. I think with a county our size, with the first time that we're doing a fair, I think 40 to 50,000 people would be a success. 5 days of rides, I don't know if we can do all 7 because a lot of these, especially now, they'll be packing up and moving out. We're probably only going to be able to get 5 days of rides, maybe 7 days of food vendors. I would deem success at 40 to 50,000 people in attendance. We're going to need somebody that is an expert in running these fairs and saying, what do we need in an advertising budget? What do we need to plan to put out front initially? What are we going to need for police presence, especially at the current location? As we move this fair out, that's a 1 to 2 year plan. I really think that we should probably be working with the Parks Department and the Fair Board and other people to try to figure out a way to move this out of county government. Just because we can do a 1 year fair, Chair is absolutely correct in that we don't want to spend $1 million on this fair. I don't think we are going to. I think we're probably going to look at year 1 of a $50,000 to $60,000 deficit. That's my thumb in the air guess based on what I've seen from Cass County and Van Buren County and other counties. There's an initial deposit that you need to do, and you get a lot of that back. But I think 40,000 people for the first year would be considered a success. You're going to need rides and food vendors to do that. The attendance for the current 4-H showcase is not 40,000 people. I think we were at 40,000, as I recall, from some of our maybe 6 or 7 years ago when we were doing a fair. But yeah, 40,000 people to me would be a success, and that's probably how I would define it.
All right, I'm seeing no further commentary. I think you said 4 to 5.
40 to 50.
No, 4 to 5 days of rides?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in collaboration with the 4-H showcase hosted on our fairgrounds as a transition with roughly a $50,000 expenditure commitment within the RFP. I have absolutely no ballpark of even what the cost to contract a vendor is. So I don't even know if what we're offering is reasonable. So I think more work as the administration or park staff tries to move forward with the creation of an RFP. Does that give you enough foundation to begin moving forward, Administrator?
Yes, Chair. I think that we should be able to get moved forward here. So I have what looks like success, 4 to 5. I'm sorry, I apologize. 5 to 7 days of rides. Certainly entertaining 7 days of food. Collaborating with the 4-H folks, inclusive of rides and obviously viewing of animals. So
I think by consensus, let's move it to 4 to 5 days of rides.
Okay, we can do that. Yep.
That'd be a little more in our budget, I would assume.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Right. Thank you, everybody, for the discussion. We're going to keep at that. See if we can get ourselves where we need to be. Let's move to item 8, the 26 budget discussion. I'll bring that forward to Dr. Catlin, Administrator.
All right. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, and audience. Tonight, we plan to hopefully pass this budget. Pertaining to our last discussion, about the budget on the 7th of October. There were just some issues that we wanted to clear up with respect to the circuit court, and I was able to meet with them the very next day. Chief Judge Jaguar and I, as well as Court Administrator Kewish, met the next day to discuss a plan forward, and I communicated that through board leadership and some of the commissioners as well that were interested. So we have a plan to make them whole by way of, and in that recognizing that they will move forward a position reclassification through the FOC to also save $48,000. So we had to come up with about $263,000. We were able to make them whole by adjusting slightly the dividend income and the property tax revenue projections. So recognizing that there is additional funding, public safety revenue sharing funding that is coming from the state to the tune of around $300,000. We just don't know exactly what the final number is yet. So we increase the revenue projections, and then we'll align those once we get the public safety revenue sharing funding against sheriff's office and prosecutor funding, just to make sure those all balance, so that essentially we won't have to, we'll basically reverse those revenue projections for property tax and dividend income to balance it out. So we've made them whole. That process has been taken care of, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this budget, any of the items. We've also attached all of the community grants, so we can have a discussion about that. We also attached the position vacancies spreadsheet that was in there. The new positions in the budget, there's 15 positions for 2026 that are being recommended. So the justifications for those and where they are at in the process, all of those positions, actually the 13 of the positions have made it through the job description questionnaire process. So those are all on file, and they're all have established organization codes in alignment with our budget and the Munis system. So we're in good shape to pass this tonight, but happy to entertain any questions about any of the components of the budget.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I did see something at one point. The Sheriff's Department wanted 2 new tech positions, which I think we've got funded. But I thought there was something in there for training. I thought they had a position they were asking for training, but I don't see it anywhere anymore. I don't know. I think that was earlier on. I am concerned because we are being pushed more in the way for training our police officers. And the Sheriff's Department does a great job of collaborating with all the other outside agencies and helping to train them, because it's tough right now to get the training that we need to have that's mandated now by MCOs. So is there anything in there that we can do to help with that, or is that all on the sheriff?
It's through the chair. Yes, Vice Chair Pro Tem, that is a great question. So that was number 10 on their priority list of 14 requests. So we obliged their request for vehicles. They requested 8 vehicles. I believe we gave them most of those. They requested the technology analyst positions even above that request. So they did request, yes, you were correct, 2 FTEs, deputy trainee unit positions. The amount was $238,300. We just weren't able to oblige that request. It was pretty far down on their priority list, and we were able to increase other accounts like the jail food expense, the medical expenses, their fuel budget. So they had all those requests above that number 10 request. So at this time, we weren't able to oblige it given the amount of funding that we had in the budget.
Okay, so I did see it at one point. Yeah. Thanks.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I think you answered this question, Dr. Catlin. I just kind of quickly reiterate. So the property tax projections you increased to balance, knowing that you can lower it later once the 300K from the 12 million comes in, correct? Okay, that makes sense. But the 12 million that was allocated from the state budget for law enforcement grants, isn't that, don't we have to apply, and it can't be a reduction in another service?
Yes, Vice Chair. So that's a great question. So what I was referring to was public safety revenue sharing. So that's guaranteed to us. Those public safety grants are different, and that's something that, yes, absolutely, the county can apply for, and the townships and other municipalities can apply for as well. And I've already had some discussions with the township supervisors about that. And yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm good with that. That makes sense. The 15 positions ready to go. You mentioned 13 of them have already gone through the process. So once we pass the budget, they can start advertising to hire on January 1st.
Yes, unlike the last three years, yes, this year, when this budget is passed tonight, they can get those positions posted immediately. They all have established organization codes. Everything's already aligned, good to go. Yes.
That's huge. That'll help with our carryover next year, and we're not having these positions that don't get filled until March or April. That's great news. The budget are we going to vote on the budget and the community grants separately, or are we doing the community grants with the budget? Okay, I'll speak to the budget as a whole now. There's a lot of, I don't think Graham is here anymore, but there's a lot of dysfunction in Lansing because everybody wants perfect, and you don't get perfect in government. You try to make the best compromises and the best deals for your constituents and for a whole. Some of the things I am not 100% excited about. I think there's a lot of money in training in this budget. I know that's important. But that being said, overall, this is a really good budget, and I'm prepared to vote in favor of it tonight.
I'll just add again, kudos to the administrative team, our finance team, all of the departments that contribute into the input and analysis. I appreciate representatives from our courts for their advocacy, mentioning last time when addressing us, the hesitancy to come forward. And I encourage that dialogue. I think it's healthy for us to have that. It affords opportunities for additional problem solving. And very pleased to see that we were able to come forward with a proposed budget that makes the court whole, meets their needs. That we don't know what we don't know, and when we dialogue together, it affords us the opportunity. And again, to administration, hearing that feedback about the lag from position approvals till hiring, and we're now ready to spring forward into action. I think it's just another example of how we continue to refine and get more nimble. Our budget process, I think, is also very transparent. The tools available for the community to get in, to analyze down to line items, to see what it is we're spending money on in county government. I think that's a model for other communities, and I've heard that as such when I've interacted with other county administrators within the region. We're setting an example, and we're going to continue to do so. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd also like to mention the fact that we do have a new website now as for the county, and hopefully these positions will be prominent in terms of letting the people know what we have coming up and how to apply for them. And same thing, really, it's a minor thing compared to that for the advisory boards. We need to make it easier for people to understand what is available and what we're looking for, and go from there. Congratulations on the website. I haven't explored the whole thing, but what I'm seeing is good.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Just so you know, administration, for some reason, the packet is grayed out in Civic Clerk. I don't know. I have it open, but if you go to open it again, you can't, unfortunately. I was just wondering if we were going to get an update on the community grants and if we had any consensus on those. Maybe I missed it, which is fair, but it's the same one from last time. I don't think it has changed.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Wheeler, if you give me one moment, I'm just going to check on something real quick. Interesting, yeah. I'll have to have my team at you please have that republished to the board. Yeah, it's not in here. So I can, if you give me a moment, I can bring that up on, I'll send it to your email. I'll send it out real quick. So, but our management analyst did collate all of the items, the selections that you all made into a spreadsheet. And so in that spreadsheet, there are basically tallies, the selections that you've all made. And so there is consensus among, I would say, probably some of them, but then some of them there aren't. So there's a bunch of items that still need to be kind of reconciled there, essentially. So I'll get that sent out here momentarily, and then we can kind of continue discussions. I will note too that in that spreadsheet that I'll get ready to send out, the Ashtamo Township request is actually $50,000, not 15. So that was a something that Ashtamo Township actually caught. So I'll get this sent out momentarily so you have it in front of you, and then we'll let you know when the packet is published in the board portal.
Administrator, we're not, we don't preclude the budget from moving forward if we have further discussion based on community grants. So that's not a discussion we have to have full resolution of tonight. We have the money allocated for it, and that's budgeted, and then sort of how we divvy that money out. So we do have time through dialogue.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. And if you'd like, I mean, I can kind of tell you what organizations had some of the most votes, at least. I know one in particular had 5, so that one, so let's see what that one is there. It is, I know, that's what happens. So the local Journalism Foundation of Kalamazoo County, so that's now Kalamazoo, they got 5 votes. So that was one of the high ones. The next one, actually the number 1 highest score was the Ashtamo Township score. They got 7 votes. And again, on this spreadsheet, I know it says 15,000, but I believe it's actually 50. And then the next highest was Schoolcraft. They had 7 votes. Oh, I think I see what happened. Yeah. Even the dollar amount on there is not correct. Actually, I think it's a formula issue. And then the next highest, or the highest score, we only received 8 responses. I know Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler was not amenable to recommending any, depending as a result of advocating for the fair. So the highest score that could have been garnered was 8, but the highest score was actually the WMed request. And that received 8. So then some of the others like had 4, 3, 1. So that spreadsheet that I sent, and it's attached in the public packet, kind of articulates or encapsulates rather the selections of the board, and then we can kind of go down the list and decide which applicants to select so that we can then tally those dollar amounts up correctly to ensure that it aligns with the $400,000 allocation.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I was a little apprehensive about voting for any of these, I mean, I would support like the Schoolcraft one and the Girl Scout ones and stuff, is that I see no matrix in here, so we ever find out what this money does. I mean, we can allocate it, it shows what they want to do, but when we issue a grant, we should have some matrix back as to, okay, you got this money, what were you successful with this money? Did it meet the requested or the desired goal of the process? MSU Extension did a program with the Treasury Department that indicated on grants and things, you need to have that matrix in there. Did you gave out money? Did it, and it went for a particular cause, but was that cause, did you accomplish what you were trying to do with that money, or are you just passing out money and hoping for the best? And I guess at the end of the day, I'd like to know, where we end up with all these grants that we're giving out to the community. Obviously the Schoolcraft one would work very nice. We'd be able to see what that does. the Girl Scouts, but I'm also hoping that we are passing out grant money that's going to take care of the whole community, not just one particular, space in the county. So, like I said, I love what I saw on this. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm also concerned that we're not putting monies into the county programs, such as the training for our police officers. That's critical. That's huge for our people. Whether we can do it as a county-wide program or we can do it, individually, but taking care of our community. But you had one in there for shoes, buying shoes. Well, is that just for one group or is that for the whole county of Kalamazoo? Not just for one outfit. This is a county, not just the city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Pro Tem Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. One, I think it's important that we read all of the applications or the synopsis that we receive so we understand what parts of the county these specific grants cover. I'm trying to see this as extremely small, but I just have some questions. Like there are some here that have like 4 votes, but it's not recommended because, for example, they did not include a cover letter, but then something that scored lower is recommended. Could we not just ask them to submit a cover letter if this is something that the board wants to support, clearly because it has more votes, but there's a number of those where, some are recommended, some no grant budget. The budget doesn't include the organizational budget, unacceptable budget. Like, could we just reach out to those organizations and ask them to resubmit it? If these are things that we're saying that we want to support as opposed to then just picking and choosing what we're going
Yeah, and I think that's the initial recommendation that we got from, that's my assumption, right, the notation. So we got that initial recommendation before we provided our votes. Yeah, but the notation that says recommended, it's because they did that before our votes came in. Just to clarify what it means, they're not saying that now, after the vote, that's just what they presented us at first with their recommendation. But the point is well taken, when there is a detail missing, seeking back, the cover letter, or whatever, was found deficient within the application. I think we need to refine the process. This was our first endeavor to sort of have a more structured process for these community grants. And I think it's a learning process this time. But we did have the full applications available to us to review. We also received a summary of each of the applications at our budget retreat that the administrative staff put together for us, sort of like a 1-paragraph summary. And what I heard from Vice Chair Pro Tem was the need for a reportable, measure back after the awards. And that's a typical process with government grant awards. We would hear back from them. Did you spend the money? How many people did you serve? Did you spend it on what you said you were going to spend it on? There are very few items that received 4 or more, and I was trying to quickly add up the total of those. Maybe we can hone our discussion down just to those items that have received 4 or more votes of support from the commissioners. I think that still brings us over the budget we have available, because one of the items for Schoolcraft is $375,000. So certainly any other items with that take us over the budget. So we need to refine. They had strong support, but if we want to fund other items as well that the commissioners had interest in, we need to refine how much of the asks we're funding. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree with your initial discussion of passing the budget with this dollars appropriated, with these community grants probably, other than, I mean, I'm looking at here, Village of Schoolcraft got 7 votes. And the other one that got 7 votes was a $15,000 for Oshmo Charter Township. What's that? 50. Yeah, 50. It's supposed to be 50. And then there were 8 votes for the Western Michigan Stryker Medical School. Those I think we can probably guarantee that they'll probably be included. The ones I agree with Commissioner Reyes, like received 4 votes for the city of Parchment, but did not include a cover letter. I don't know why we would not give them money, but we would give money to things that received only 2 votes. But I think we can have that discussion at a later date. We don't have to halt the budget in order to have these discussions on the community grants. So I agree with the chair's decision of going forward with the budget, and we can talk about the community grants at maybe a subsequent meeting.
Commissioner Ray.
I agree with that. And to that point, are we allocating $451,000 or just 400,000? Because the total recommendation is 451.
Correct, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Vice Chair and Commissioners. So Commissioner Ray, no, the bucket is 400,000. So our recommendation was purely designed to present the recommendation, then you all would have to adjust individual awards to align with the $400,000 bucket, or we would have to eliminate contingencies to accommodate that or eliminate something else. I did just want to provide clarification too on that administrator's notes line. So one thing that we're always up against is a timeline. And so typically when anyone goes through a budget process or a grant application process and you omit a document, your application is rejected. And so that's why, in the interest of time, in the interest of getting materials to you all timely and efficiently, we rejected applications immediately from our review because there were 61 applications to process. We had 4 or 5 people on this team to review these applications, spent 3 to 4 hours then meeting in person to narrow down and hone in on that list. So in the notes, you'll notice that, yes, some organizations did not include organizational budgets. They didn't include financial statements. They may not have included a cover letter in any other grant process, and you omit any of those items, your application is not considered. So that was in an effort for us to save time. It is the board's prerogative to absolutely be willing to entertain these applications. That was just our time that was spent in reviewing and grading these applications. And we have heard, obviously, through the budget process here that in the next round of this, if this is entertained for the FY27 budget, that we'll provide a full matrix, kind of align it with the process of the housing and the senior millage application processes. So that way you all can have more insight and involvement in that going forward.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Wheeler.
Just a super quick note, to your Village of Schoolcraft, all of these numbers are off by 1, so it's actually only roughly $18,766. So I just wanted to provide clarification. Yeah, no worries.
I wondered why that seemed out of sorts in my mind, but I was like, well, it says it right there. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Okay, so I think we'll bring this back. We'll refine the list down. We'll discuss items receiving votes over 4 from the commissioner's scoring, and make a determination of how to divvy out that 400,000. 4 or over. 400,000 at a subsequent meeting. Okay, so are we good? Let's move us forward on to item 9. We're going to have discussion regarding architectural and engineering services for the new county administration building. And I'd welcome forward our purchasing manager, Victoria Barbosa. Welcome, Manager Barbosa.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Okay, I've never used a clicker before, but I did provide a presentation. Is it going to be here?
Yeah. Oh, it's cute. Is it cute? Oh yeah, you're
there.
good.
It sure is.
So, but we have to share your screen though. Let's do that real quick. Okay. Just have to change the view, but we can see it in here. this off here. And then, we'll just have to
Appreciate everyone's patience as staff is working to bring us up
Thank you.
the materials. Thank you for working on that. There we go. Bingo. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Let's do this. Is that? Oh, I see. Yeah. Does it work this way? Yeah, go a bit weird. Yeah, maybe that. There we go. Oh, that says it can't open the file. Well, yeah, I think so. If you do that, page up, page down,
Okay.
it'll get you.
Okay.
All right.
So it's not quite centered, but it'll do. Alrighty. So I'm here today to recommend the single sourcing of Fishback. They are the A&E firm that we use to design the parking structure. And I'm here to recommend the single source for the administration building because those two parking structures will be connected. So the new administration building is a continuation or phase 2 of the parking structure design package. And because these two facilities will share physical connections, including mechanical and structural access points, they will function as one integrated complex, making coordination critical. A different A&E firm could create material risk, schedule impact, and rework costs. So what that means is that these two buildings are going to share foundations, structural interfaces. Interfaces is where they actually connect. Life safety, egress coordination. So in case anything happens, they'd have to coordinate everybody's safety. The MEP, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, as well as the BAS, the building automation system. Those two will have to integrate. Utilities will be shared among both buildings, and they also share a BIM model. So the continuity of the design and engineering teams ensure seamless integration. And why this matters is that it eliminates interfaces, failures, and scope gaps. When separate teams handle physically connected buildings, the interface is usually the highest point of risk for leaks, movement issues, and conflicting responsibilities. Keeping the same teams avoids miscommunication, ensures accountability, prevents costly redesign work, and preserves the existing project rhythm, as well as reduces the misinterpretation and confusion of design and execution. So as for everything, I like to always present to you that it's legally sound as well as a best practice. And especially where compatibility and continuity is at stake, it makes competition impractical. It is a best practice to single source for continuity. Particularly, there is a Michigan's Qualified Based Selection Coalition, so for QBS for short, and they were formed in 1984. Their sole mission was to enhance public safety by educating and assisting public owners and officials on the quality-based selection process for hiring design professionals. And particularly the QBS Coalition and EAGLE provide guidance that state that phrased or related work should be negotiated with the same form when it is a continuation of the original scope. So subject matter experts recommend to do this when the two buildings are are connected and related. Both the Construction Management Association of America and the American Institute of Architects recognize that continuity as best practice where projects are physically or functionally connected. So they further cement that single sourcing design would be optimal. So we have the QBS, the CMAA, and the AIA endorse this continuity practice as well. Having one integrated team keeps responsibility clear, so there's no finger pointing at the interface. And particularly, it's important that the building information model be unified. What the BIM is, it's a digital 3D model of a building, and it contains data about its physical and functional characteristics. It is a collaborative tool used throughout a project's life cycle to improve planning, design, construction, and maintenance, creating a virtual representation with intelligent objects. And this BIM is shared by all of the teams involved in a structure. If multiple BIMs would be used, it would create inconsistencies and challenges of data, interoperability, and lack of standardized workflows. There may be clashes between the models from different software, stakeholders, and disciplines, leading to costly mistakes, and poor communication between teams, managing the multiple models. In researching A&D best practices for this recommendation, I was looking at all the commonalities between building failures, particularly for those that are jointed or are two structures in one with critical interfaces. And it seemed the common themes, and ChatGPT concurred my conclusion, is that poor communication is the number one symptom or cause of these building failures. Fragmented accountability, lots of finger pointing, especially when there's different design teams, execution teams at hand. Too many parties involved create confusion, design execution breakdown. Too many parties involved without well-defined roles or responsibilities. When particularly the design teams, the second design team will do something different from the recommended first design team, and nobody owns that change. And that's usually what they find is the first design team recommended a material, the second design team went with a cheaper one for the profit, and then it's, well, the first one was right, the second one wanted to save money. So that going with one single, with our original fishback, would eliminate any of these risks. So the most vulnerable interfaces are the load paths, waterproofing, fire and life safety systems, MEP routing, which is the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, foundation interaction, expansion joints, drainage, smoke control, and shared utilities. So these are the interfaces at risk, mostly when you see these two connecting structures. Because shared site and building systems make continuity essential for safety, coordination, and efficiency, as well as add long-term value, I recommend that single sourcing fishback for the design of the new administration building be done, but ultimately that of course is up to the council. And if case to the board, and if you are interested in any of the fun, legal, and purchasing best practices, I have linked them here for you guys, as well as the public would like to follow up on those. But that's it for me.
Thank you, Manager Barbosa. Who has questions? Commissioner DeLu and then Commissioner Kistler.
Well, I'm certainly not a construction manager, and I haven't seen the plan, so I'm just picturing this being, they're minimally connected. You got a parking ramp in a building, and to me, they're two unique structures. Is that not the case? I mean, they're gonna be.
Apparently it's not. So the design, we haven't done the design for the second one. We don't know it's very, at the very beginning for the building administration. And I believe the parking structure is still being finalized. So I'm not sure how integrated they would be, but the critical interfaces that I mentioned will be involved. They would be at risk. We went with 2 different design firms.
So I'm assuming that the initial RFP for this parking structure, you had more than Fishbeck apply.
I believe so. That was pre me. You remember? Yes. And I did see in the board, the BAR, that it was competitively awarded. So that means multiple firms were submitted RFPs and one was selected.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. One of the questions that has come up multiple times now, and it's not from me, I'm conveying it to you. And some of the people have mentioned these in some of my township meetings, may be engineers for all I know. They're concerned about the proximity of these buildings, be it parking ramp or new construction for a county building, too close to the vibrations of the Amtrak tracks.
Oh. I don't think that's been.
Well,
I
I
don't
gotta
have-
believe
yeah.
the engineers probably are looking at that, but I'd like to have you give me some
Okay.
reassurances that I can take back to these townships
Sounds great.
and tell the naysayers that, yeah, that's already been factored in. They're not gonna tip over the next time a Amtrak comes by.
So I don't know if managing director or managing purchasing manager has I don't think been in design sessions, but they're occurring bi-weekly. They have regular attendance from Vice Chair Pro Tem and myself in administration. And they're very detailed. If you don't know what architectural plans are when you're looking at them like I do. But I think there's ongoing dialogue, so we will have another upcoming and we can address that point specifically. But they've talked, we're looking at some of the facing on the parking garage, for example, and they calculated like the wind shear resistance for fabric that would be on the side of the building. So there's been extensive discussion about the railroad right of way. So I will assume that there has been accommodation for that, but we'll ask directly about that at the next design meeting. And then I'll provide you like the specific detail.
Please, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
need
they'll
a
have
lot of-
that, I'm sure.
Don't bury me in detail, but
Sure.
I'd like to be able to look people in the eye. I'd also like to
Yes.
know one final thing, and I think I'm just asking for the obvious. It's a done deal that we're gonna build it where McDonald's is, right? The county building. That's beyond the point of recall.
We've purchased the property, so unless we're doing something else with it, but the design of the parking garage is nearly complete. In order for design of the administration building to occur, we need an architect. And what's in front of us tonight is the proposal that we utilize the architect who's already working for us on that parking garage design, because they're right there and we've had a lot of discussion about the complexity of the utility services involved. There's going to be major reconfiguring of how the utilities fit on the block regardless. This was dialogue long before consideration of the administration building in the same location, where we're going to be hopefully moving to duct banks where the utilities get moved underground and the different types of circuit panels that are required within parking structure to support the fire suppression system and the way the lighting has to be moved and the light posts on the whole property. So they have those details already that they've been working and collaborating with the major utilities about. And it makes a lot of sense that that dialogue continues to be, contiguous as they're already involved in all of that nitty gritty right now.
May I ask one related question? And that has to do with another one that's come up at some of my township meetings. And that is how many different appraisals were obtained for the McDonald's property?
Thank you. I don't believe that there was no appraisal obtained. We received an offer from the McDonald's property, and the determination of our board, you know, that we deliberated on that as we do property acquisitions in session together, and the value was determined to be in the location and the land to us because of its proximity to our other construction, its proximity to this building, and the other number of reasons we've articulated.
So it's virtually unrelated to the market value of that property? Because we don't know what the market value is
It's related to the inherent value of the location.
for us.
Right, for us.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Initially, I'm in favor of this, and I'm still kind of feeling my way out of this. But your reasons seem a lot for the same reasons you'd have a single source for a construction manager as opposed to an architect, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that for you'd want. And the second question I have is when was Fishback awarded the
January 2025.
January of 2025. We are now okay, so it's been 9 months now, and we're not complete with the design of a parking garage. We're also my thought is, especially as we're dealing with the with all the utilities, that we're probably not going to build a parking garage until we build an administration building. Is that a correct assumption? We're not going to build one first, then the other?
My understanding is that the parking structure will go first and then the administration building.
Okay, so they won't need to be done in conjunction?
No,
Okay.
no, like a phased approach.
Okay. Well, I guess when we went out to bid for we did not know that we were going to do an administration building. We went out to bid for a parking garage.
Yes.
As much as I want to vote for this, I think it'd be intellectually dishonest to then award for the whole thing when we didn't competitively bid it. I understand the efficiencies. I understand the safety aspect issues of it. I'm just really, really torn on this one. It seems that, you know, we've got a lot of local companies that would bid on this, and then using this same sort of scenario, we wouldn't bid out for a construction manager. Then we would probably use the same scenario, I guess, if we're going to use this these reasonings, then we'd do the same for a construction manager. This is a tough one for me. It's a real tough one.
Yeah.
It
One thing
definitely is.
I'll add, if I may, to some of the timeline on design, part of that, the need to bring the construction manager online for budget review of the design. So some of it did delay while we worked through the construction manager process, which ended up being extended. So that's one component, but I know managing director, and then I'll go administrator first. Thank you, Administrator.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to provide clarification on the process as it relates to Fishback. What I want to provide clarity around is that their original agreement did encompass the entirety of the site, which includes 246 West Kalamazoo, 244 West Kalamazoo Avenue, 459 North Rose Street, and 440 North Church Street. The entire site collectively, they included supplemental services for mixed-use development planning for the entire site, which some of these commissioners, building staff in this building, stakeholders participated in. So it is not a stretch to say that they did not have any involvement in planning for an administration building. They knew full well that they were, and that's the process that we undertook when we paid for those services. So we did pay for those. Those services were rendered by Fishback, so they already have had involvement in performing master planning services for the entire site.
And that's thank you again for reminding us of that, because we did participate in a charrette where we worked through with Fishback potential uses of the entire parcels as a bulk purchasing manager. Sorry.
So I completely understand your concern and I share that concern as well, especially construction, you always want to bid it out. I think after reading the literature and the examples of building failure, I definitely am comfortable with single sourcing both. But for now, I believe, as Dr. Hanlon said, single sourcing Fishbeck would not be a stretch, and we can revisit CMAR. We do more research, contact more professionals directly from the AIA, from the Construction Association, and gather their input and potentially even invite construction companies. There is something called a pre-solicitation conference. So before we issue anything, whether it's a single source solicitation, we have, a preliminary design of what the building administration building would be. And we say, does it really matter that we single source this for safety?
Vice Chair.
Yeah, when we went through the conversation about a construction manager, we chose the firm because of their experience with parking garages. We did not choose it's just the more the conversation goes on, the more I'm a no vote on this. I can't, and the reason we did do a charrette on that, and I was in attendance that day, we didn't own the property yet. We had no idea we were going to own the property yet. And we were doing a charrette on that. I was kind of on the fence, leaning towards voting yes. I think I'm a no vote on this one.
I think I'd like to clarify that we have a matter in front of us, and I don't want to convolute that. I agree with the same concerns that I'm hearing elevated around the construction manager. That's a major construction project. It will be the most expensive development that we ever create. But the foundational plans are a component of that, where we have an engaged architect. Right now, we can interface these two buildings together in a more seamless way. But I'm not, I would take major convincing to move forward sole sourcing construction manager, but I am comfortable with architect. But I'd like to have a much broader competitive process around construction management. And I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. But here, we know that as time moves forward, our construction costs escalate. We can move into a more seamless design phase now. This allows us to be more strategic and reduce costs long term. Let me go to Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I understand the efficiency of having a single source contractor. Our parking garage is 90% complete. We were waiting till we had our manager on board so that they could impart any ideas or thoughts into the design, final design. They all have been submitted for construction. So we are prepared now to move ahead with construction on the parking garage, hopefully relatively quickly. So that I see is being done in a timely manner, and it's going to get done. And now that we have the McDonald's, it does give us a little more option for construction, because we can cut part of it off, use some of our parking, some for construction, because you're going to need to stage a number of construction pieces and things on that property to move ahead with the parking structure. So I don't think the county building, the new county building that we want to design, we aren't even in the part yet we haven't even got a design, so we have no idea what we're doing with that. I think I like to see competitive bidding for these type of things, but I also understand the efficiency of a single source, and I get it, but I still would like to see some collaboration here because there's other people out there that would be interested in bidding on this project due to the scope of it. We're looking at $100 million project plus, and the parking structure is a $28 million operation. So, and the utilities for that facility are going to be self-sufficient within that facility. They're not going to be connecting to the county building. They're already designed to be self-sufficient within the parking structure. You've got power, gas, and water all going to that facility. So.
Purchasing manager.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say this is just for the architectural and engineering services, not the construction manager.
Correct.
Just clarify that.
Yeah, and that's why we're sort of kind of conflating
Okay.
the two issues, and really we're just talking about the architectural plans. There will be an interface connection between the two buildings, I think is the plan of the third floor. There'll be a connection
Yeah.
between the buildings, and then there's an opportunity with the same architect to streamline those, the utility interfaces, so you're not doing them completely separate. Yeah, she was, that was enough of the discussion. Commissioner Mazer, yes, please.
I'm a little uncomfortable with moving ahead with that too. I'd prefer to have it bid out myself too.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. When it comes to the like discussion about design and that sort of thing, meetings with Fishback, is that just something that leadership meets with administration about?
So I did not participate in there was a design process that occurred with the Justice Center. And we've had one with the parking garage. This has been the first I've participated in, but I think last time, if we took a similar process, there was a ad hoc committee of commissioners who were interested in participating in design. I've heard there's interest in public input on design. I'd like to see that integrated in some manner as we figure out what we're doing. Because the charrette that we engaged in, there's lots of opportunities for retail, mixed use. There could be housing on the property. There could be green space. There's a number of things that can occur. And so, engaging in that robust process, I think, will be important, but it's up to us to guide and shape.
And one other thing, this is on for consent agenda, so I'd like to see it pulled so we can maybe have a more robust discussion at 7:00 or 6:30. Sorry, I apologize. It was just saying this is on the consent agenda, so I'd like to see it pulled so that we could have a discussion about it and a vote.
We can take that matter up at the time. Yes, Administrator.
No, I just want to provide clarification. This is not on the consent agenda. What's on there is supplemental services that Fishback engaged in and that we ordered because the scope of the project changed. So that's entirely separate from this discussion. I just want to provide clarification on
Thank you.
that.
I read it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Commissioner Gessler.
Yeah, just a clarification for me, because I wasn't involved in the charrette or anything else that's going on, and that's fine. I have imminent faith in you guys. Was Fishback chosen because of their experience doing parking ramps? And now we're not telling them they're going to construct the county building, but it certainly seems like we're trying to take somebody that's good at this and tell them, well, you're going to do this for us too. And I don't want to be a party to that. I'm sorry. They're probably a fine firm.
They have been fine to work with. I can't speak to the technical details of the proposal that they put forward. We didn't engage in reviewing the RFP directly. I know our construction manager that was selected for the parking garage was selected. There were two applicants very close in points, and the one that prevailed had experience on parking garages. But Administrator Catlin, I don't know if you can speak to what was the conditions that helped Fishback prevail in their initial bid for the architectural work.
Off the cuff, I'm not able to opine on that, but I do know we did have discussions with Fishback recently, and I mean they have constructed, I wouldn't call them administration buildings, but they have certainly have architected office buildings, things of that sort, which is what our building would be. They participate in mixed-use developments across the country. They're a national firm, so we could certainly. It sounds like from what I'm hearing from the commissioners is that we want to issue an RFP. That's not an issue with administration. We have no issue with that. The reason why. The purpose of this being on the agenda is to garner direction. Do we want to engage in a sole source procurement, or do we want to issue an RFP? And we're happy to do whatever the board would like us to do. So
I think it's looking by consensus. I think most want the RFP. I would have supported sole source, but
You gotta call it.
I think we're outnumbered regardless. So an RFP will move forward. Are you on the fence still, Commissioner Dillon? You wanted a procurement. You want sole source. Okay, well then maybe actually let me take a tally. Well, we could vote. We can talk by consensus. You want to see a procurement process? And you do as well? You want to see a procurement?
I think there's efficiency, I'm sorry. My bad. There's efficiency in having a single source and probably a little more speed on doing it, but I don't see, we're not building the county building because we don't have two dots on a paper yet.
Right.
And that's gonna take many, many months, and I do not wanna slow down the fact that we have everything ready to go for a parking structure, which we terribly need. We're 2 years behind now on building a parking structure. And we need to move that ahead immediately. So, yeah.
So let me, so sole source, I'm sole source, Commissioner Gissler, you want a procurement? And Commissioner Mazer, you want procurement? So it's irrelevant, the majority is.
Thank you.
Is.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Council.
In light of Commissioner Monteith's absence here, that consensus, I think I heard 4-4. Oh, it's 5. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but thank you for that caution, Council. So we do have a majority prevailing. The direction for administration will be move forward with a competitive procurement process for the architectural and engineering services for the new admin building. All right, let's go to item 10. We'll go to first reading. We have a request for approval of the proclamation recognizing the week of November 4th through 11th, 2025 as Operation Green Light for Veterans. And first reading of the resolution adopting the Equal Employment Opportunity Plan for 2025. Any concerns or questions on those items? All right, and we have no closed session before us this evening. Okay. With that, I think we have completed our tasks and we are adjourned. right, it is 6:30. I am going to reconvene the statutory annual meeting and our Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners for October 21st, 2025 at 6:30. Our first item is the invocation or reflection. I'm not sure who's, is that Commissioner Kistler? There you go. Thank you. Excellent. We'll move to item 3. Clerk, will you please call our roll?
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor, Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
Commissioner DeLu, here, Commissioner Kistler, here, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, and Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
You have 9 present.
Thank you, Clerk. Let's move to item 4, proclamations. We have item 2025-1199. It's a request for approval of the proclamation declaring October 23rd as keeping the lights on after school day. Entertain a motion. Motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The next is item 2025-1201, a request for approval of proclamation honoring the Kalamazoo Ladies Library Association and their induction into the Michigan Women's Hall of Fame.
So moved. Support.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to item 5, communications. So we're in receipt of item 2025-1162. This is Health and Community Services Department 2024 Annual Report. We're also in receipt of 2025-1311, Grand Traverse County Resolution requesting the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services release additional funds from the National Opioid Litigation Settlements. Item 2025-1324, notice of public hearing from the City of Kalamazoo for 19 Props LLC for a commercial rehabilitation exemption certificate at 261 East Kalamazoo Avenue at ACW 3 LLC for a commercial redevelopment exemption certificate at 227 West Michigan Avenue. And then finally, item 2025-1325, notice of public hearing for a brownfield redevelopment plan to include therein the property located at 7110 West Main Street, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49009. Right, are there any other comments or communications commissioners wish to recognize? All right. Let's go to item 6 for approval of our minutes. Item 2025-1303, request for approval, October 7th, 25 draft committee of the whole and statutory annual board meeting minutes. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to item 7, approval of the agenda. Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor, for approval of the agenda as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to item 8, presentations. First item 2025-1174. We have update and discussion on the EPA Community Change Grant. Welcome to Taylor.
Okay. All right, it's on. Okay. Good evening. I'm back to give a short update on the status of the Community Change Grant Program as it stands today. When we all last spoke about it, it was immediately after the wrongful terminations at the very beginning of May. That was when I came and I talked to y'all with primarily 2 requests. One, to join litigation with a team of pro bono lawyers against the terminations, and to join some other wrongfully terminated entities as well in that endeavor. And then 2, to maintain base operations with our partners to remain in compliance during that time. So as an update for the litigation, in June 2025, the county entered litigation as a named plaintiff, and the case was submitted to the DC Federal Court. In late August, the case was dismissed as out of jurisdiction. That was related primarily to a Supreme Court case decision that came down around the same time from the National Institute of Health, which also had a lot of grant terminations done at the same time. And then in September, the litigation was moved into the appeals process and is currently undecided. So that's where that stands right now. As to costs of the program, the grant was last reimbursed by the EPA in May of 2025, so that was in full. That reset all of the outstanding costs to 0 at that time. Since then, costs for operations have incurred with the 2 subcontracts that we have, totaling $172,855. That's the outstanding costs as they are right now. As the grant progressed from Q3, which was at the end of September, and was looking to move into Q4, without a favorable outcome from the courts, we terminated in August one of the subcontracts, and it was given its 30-day notice, and it completed its 30-day notice in mid-September. So the largest costs for the grant were slated for October, or to begin in October, the Q4, and so the contracts were closed prior to those beginning, primarily because the litigation is outstanding at the moment. In August, the state awarded a technical assistance grant worth $229,000 to support staff capacity at our primary-secondary partner, our statutory partner, who's the only remaining active contract. That's the Kalamazoo Climate Crisis Coalition. This funding is anticipated to be exhausted in full by February 2026. The county is not anticipated to incur any more additional costs related to the grant programming as it stands right now, due to the external funds and the fact that the contracts that were active are now inactive, and they could be, if the grants funds are reinstated eventually, be re-upped and reactivated in short order. But it's important to remember that all the incurred costs are allowable costs under the original grant agreement and should qualify under normal circumstances as reimbursable. So all of the costs that are currently incurred should be reimbursed by the EPA, even outside of the termination litigation concerns. Okay. As for outcomes so far, and then what's anticipated to incur until early next year. Education and outreach, the statutory partner hosted 2 events and tabled at several more events, reaching over 450 community members, giving them educational materials, promoting the program, and giving them information about energy efficiency education that they can implement in their own homes. Many of these events were in partnership with local neighborhood associations that were outlined as partners in the grant, but never actually got fully instated as active contracts due to the federal funding issues. Though there was one of the staffers was a workforce development coordinator. They assisted in the implementation of training for 25 trainees. That training is with electrical apprenticeship, I do believe. Additionally, they hosted a network event to expose local employers to newly trained trainees from that program to promote placement in the workforce. Another staffer was the community resource navigator. They assisted over 20 individuals with connecting resources outside of the program at the state and local level. So that's connecting them with programs, connecting eligible participants with programs like the Michigan Home Energy Rebate Program, which allows eligible participants up to $40,000 in energy efficiency upgrades for their home. And then there's another program through consumers like the Healthy Homes Initiative that awards over $40,000 to eligible participants in home upgrades. It is worth it to note that those eligibility requirements were much more stringent than what this program originally had in place. So those programs require a lot of bureaucratic maneuvering and requirements to participate. So that's just a little difference between what these programs offered and what ours did. All of the above work is expected to continue through February 2026. Additionally, in the coming months, the statutory partner will also be distributing 150 air filters to eligible participants to improve indoor air quality in their homes. And then also 2 of the statutory partner staff were certified energy auditors through the state's training programs. And then they intend to offer, at no cost to participants, energy audits in the coming months. So those will be done, and the participants can use those free energy audits to either enroll in other programming to get other funds at the state level, or to begin implementing them on their own dime. So those are a bureaucratic barrier that we're helping lower for a lot of those participants as well. Those are intended to start in the coming months before the end of the year. Okay. I would like to I know that I'll give an opportunity for questions in 1 second, but I personally would like to take the opportunity to thank the wonderful and committed and hardworking staff who have been performing admirably under very uncertain and trying circumstances over the last 9 months. They've pivoted creatively to still deliver these services, even under these limiting circumstances, especially with resources so limited. I'd also like to thank my excellent supervisors and our community partners who are willing to take a chance on this grant and who continue to work with us throughout this process. And then also I'd like to thank the administrative staff here at the county, as well as the board, for all of the heartfelt support during these stressful last few months. Marianne Kava is an activist who once said that nothing that is worthwhile is done alone. And so for me, as somebody who's been working with this litigation fight and all of these issues with compliance and termination and all these kinds of things, the only thing worse than having had to undergo that fight would be to have to undergo it alone. And I have not had to do that. And so I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to everybody who's been so supportive. I've not felt alone in this battle, and that's been makes all the difference. So thank you all. Are there any questions or clarifications I can offer?
I think just to start with, as our sustainability coordinator, Taylor, the person left out of your commentary that deserves recognition for the work that's occurred is you. Taylor Van Winkle has done a tremendous effort. The grant proposal put forward was innovative, creative, collaborative, built on a process that included community voice and concern, and did things to address climate resiliency and economic mobility in our community. And I'm super proud of that work. And I know we're lucky to have you in Kalamazoo County. And I think, I'll speak for myself, and hopefully the board will be in support. We have to commit to climate justice work. There's a lot of challenges in front of us as a local community, as a country. But when we can be resilient as a community together, that's how we get through the times ahead. So I know with excellent professionals like you, we've got a chance at that, right?
Thank you very much for saying so.
Absolutely. My question for you, we're in the Court of Appeals right now. Are we simply appealing the matter of jurisdiction at this time? And if we do not prevail on the matter of jurisdiction, is there another, do we have another avenue? Is there another court in which we could have filed? Do we have to exhaust this appeal before potentially pursuing another legal avenue, if that's available to us? I know we're collaborating with pro bono attorneys at this time, but I don't know if there's insight on what options we might have, because I'm certainly interested in defending the excellent work that we did and the benefit it can have to our community.
Excellent question. Lou, I can speak to this, or if you would like to. Okay. So there's a couple options. So right now it's an appeal just on jurisdiction. So if it gets what's called remanded or sent back down to the lower courts, then it'll get decided on merits. They'll actually say, well, does your case have any merits? They hadn't even got to that point with the Supreme Court decision saying that all grant-related terminations have to go to the federal claims court. That was the decision that influenced the dismissal. So that specific move is related to grant agreements or grant contracts, saying that they all have to go to the federal court, claims court. So currently litigation is appealing that, stating on the arguments that we are talking about procedural violations from the Americans Procedural Act and the APA, or the secondary argument of constitutional violations, which is that canceling $2 billion in grants all at once is a violation of Congress's power by the executive branch, as opposed to just canceling contracts with the intention of reinstating them, which is an administrative which is within an administrative authority of the EPA to do, but they had no intention of reinstating them. So that's the second argument. So they're going and saying, well, these have nothing to do with the grant contracts themselves. You should hear the case. So that's where we are right now. Should it get dinged again and not progress further in the courts, in the federal district courts, there is the federal claims court option, which is discussing the violation of the contract itself. So the grounds that we were offered termination on are not within the contract. They are not viable options that are in the agreement between us and the EPA. So so that's the argument we would take to the federal claims court, that they terminated our contracts outside of the allowable termination parameters. And then in that case, we would be able to potentially get reinstatement, or more likely just damages. So getting those reimbursable costs, that outstanding $179,000. That would be the award in that case. The appeals process, there's no telling how long that will take. But the federal claims court has the statute on that allows us to take our contract breach issue to them within 6 years. So that's the outlying farthest we would have to hold those costs. So.
Thank you for your deep understanding of the legal issues.
I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, that's excellent. And you know, as we hear that, you know, for the community to recognize this is not just us fighting for the climate resilience work that we earned through our grant process, but about really defending the constitutional structure and rule of law in our country. And, you know, we may indeed see it take time to get through appeals court, because I hear there's quite a bit of litigation going on these days. So, Vice Chair.
I'd like to thank the chair for her comments. I'm in complete support of that. Thank you for all that you did. When you got that grant, I was like, how in the heck? Like, that was amazing. That amount of dollars, and Congress appropriated it. And I feel that regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum, there is a separation of powers, and Congress, the legislative branch, appropriates dollars. And I 100% of continuing this fight in the judicial branch. My question has to concern with, we eliminated one of our contractors in August based on the uncertainty of the funding structure. Does that take us out of compliance of the current grant?
So it does take us out of compliance, but because the costs to remain in compliance in totality are so substantial, then keeping one part of compliance is not as it's not as effective. So when at the end of Q3, most of that time as the first 3 quarters of the grant were allocated to program development. So most of those milestones were programmatic in nature and could be handled by staff. But Q4 is when construction and contracts would begin, and those are substantial costs that would have taken the final few months, the last quarter, and totaled several $1 million worth of work and contract securing. So since those contracts were not ever in process or active, then when we first made the decision in May, it made sense to remain 100% in compliance by keeping those 2 contracts active with just staff. But once we hit Q4, the substantial millions of dollars that would have to go into keeping it in compliance were not, the risk was not there. The risk was too high at that point with the court case in suspension. Well, not suspension, but without a favorable decision in our case at that point. So we could stay 5% in compliance by keeping the contract active, but not enough in compliance to be worth it. So we are continuing to report progress to the EPA. In quarterly reports next week, I submit the 3rd quarter report as the program administrator, and in that report I will tell them, due to the fact that funding has not been released, we are unable to meet milestones. And so that's expected and not going to hinder us in our lawsuit since it's already underway.
I understand the decision-making process to get that.
Yeah.
Has there been any discussion with like third parties, whether it be the Kalamazoo Community Foundation or some other group, to try to come in until this is remediated in the judicial branch?
So the county, so the design of the grant is that there's a primary applicant, which is us, and then there's a secondary applicant. We were already footing the bill for operations costs as this is ongoing. The statutory applicant, and then we secured the TA grant from the state to get that additional nearly $250,000. So there has been some work to try and get external funds in. But it's not nearly $18 million worth, right? The statutory partner is in grant pursuit to begin completing, or at least trying to tackle some of the big issues. So they recently got grant funding to do repairs on just a couple houses, or just one, right? So they're securing, they're in the process of securing funding.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of pursuing this and judicial, whatever it takes to continue this fight. It's unfortunate, but right or wrong is not really decided on merits as much when you get to the court system. It's how much do you pay your lawyer per hour and how many do you have? That's fighting on the tens of thousands of, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars that will be spent in attorney fees to fight jurisdiction when they know it's just a delay tactic. I mean, that's just the game. But I'm in it for the long fight. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Taylor, thank you so much for your work and for the update. Appreciate you. Okay, we'll go to our next item 2025-1322. We have a discussion regarding the appointment of health officer and the interview process. We'll welcome forward Deputy Administrator Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. My laptop just died, so I'm going to be doing this from memory and also from my phone. So that's why I'm looking at my phone. So in the packet, we provided a memo to you all about where we are in the process for hiring our next health officer and director. I wanted to take a step back and just let you know how we got to the process that we have. So in doing some research, we did review past documents and see what did we do whenever we were looking to hire the former health officer, Director Rutherford, in 2016. So we put forward a process that was very similar. We put together a search committee that is comprised of both administration and also of community partners. This time, the caveat there is we did extend the number of community partners that we had on the committee. So that was extended to make sure that we include all of our advisory councils that we have at the health department, representation from those chairs, as well as other community partners that have close ties to the work that we do at the health department. We posted the position for 30 days. The committee of 13 has been evaluating the 20 applications that we received. We narrowed that down to 6 applicants, which last week and this week, we're conducting round 1 interviews. Round 2 interviews will happen the first week of November, and those dates start to have little asterisks beside them because it's dependent on the top 3 candidates, their availability. But our intent is to have round 2 interviews happen on November 6th. What that will also do is incorporate a meet and greet with our HCS leadership and mid-managers. That is also a slightly different process than what we did in 2016. Previously in 2016, the top candidate was presented to that group. This time around, we decided to include a meet and greet for the top 3. That was actually after receiving feedback from some HCS staff members. So as I've been updating them on where we are in the process and what the process is, of course, soliciting, always open to feedback. And so receiving some feedback from them on the level of engagement there. We've also incorporated this time around a staff survey to HCS employees. And that's primarily so we can just get garner from them what it is that they're wanting to see or what they view as their values and priorities in public health concerns. And so at this point in time, we've had about 22% of the department replying. So we feel like we have some pretty good feedback from them, which that will be consolidated. It was an optional survey. It's an anonymous survey, but I'll be consolidating those results and getting that to the search committee as well for us to take into consideration as we go from round 1 to round 2 in that selection process. After we do round 2 interviews, we then will bring forward to the Board of Commissioners another update and provide who that selected candidate is. As you're aware, that is a board administrator appointment as well as a board appointment, and so we'll be bringing that forward. Our intent is that that would happen sometime at the end of November, beginning of December timeline. That's the timeline that we're working on, but of course, very much a lot of it's dependent on when we do our round 2 interviews and that availability, and then of course, also regularly scheduled board meetings. So that is the update that I have, and I welcome any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. The health officer is one of the positions appointed by the board. So the our corporation counsel, administrator and controller, and health officer are board appointment positions. And so the process with the prior appointment, the entire process was exhausted, and then the final candidate then presented to the board. Is there any other opportunity where a board will be engaged in this process? It's an appointment we make. It's just one of the few positions. The others with administrator and council, we are more deeply involved with. So I know we can look to past practice. I also know we're working to refine and improve on past practice as well. So you've given some consideration to that?
I think I was looking over here, but I think we're definitely open to receiving feedback on engagement.
Vice Chair.
Seeing as our chair's daytime job is very closely related to this, I would feel more comfortable if on the second round of interviews, I hate to do it because I really haven't asked her yet, but I feel more comfortable if Chair Strebs attended those interviews and give feedback on that, so we have some board perspective as well. I don't want to load the search committee with a bunch of commissioners, but I think having our chair there would probably be beneficial, at least on the second round of interviews.
I would be willing to participate. Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. Could you clarify for me the special qualifications needed to legitimately be the health officer of a county? My thinking is colored by what went on in Ottawa County when they decided they were going to fire their health officer and just take somebody in the ranks and appoint them, and that didn't work out so good.
Right.
Because the state has to say their blessing, right?
Yes, thank you for actually bringing that up, and that wasn't included in the memo, but it should have been. But that is also a requirement that the state has to approve the appointment as well.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts from the commissioners? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yes, I concur. I kind of wondered why we didn't really have somebody on that. This is a pretty important position. And I'd kind of like to see kind of where we're at with who these applicants are. Just maybe send out a list of the last 6 or something and maybe some of their qualifications, and we can give you some feedback, maybe. Just a thought.
Deputy Administrator, when did you tell me your hope is for the second round of interviews?
The hope is second round would be November 6th. Of course, that will be dependent on the top three's availability. So we do wrap up round 1 this week, and the intent is to hopefully be able to reach out to them by the end of this week or early next week to secure that date, knowing that that's 2 weeks out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Anything further? Commissioner Ray.
Thank you. And just a quick question, in regards to the meet and greet, is it possible to have it at a time where all HCS staff can be invited to the meet and greet and not just upper and middle management?
We can definitely look into that for sure. I think that's something I missed too. But I think what you're getting at is to see all 3 candidates. In the memo, it did outline that the top candidate would present to the full staff. But if the desire is to have the opportunity for all 3 candidates to be meet and greet, I don't know why I said it in that way, but to meet the 3 candidates, we can incorporate that.
I love that engagement and feedback from the staff. I think that gets them buy-in in their new leadership. It certainly couldn't hurt to do it, right? Thank you for that suggestion. All right, thank you very much, Deputy Administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to item 9. A public hearing, item 2025-882, Green Development Ventures LLC Housing TIF Plan, public hearing. Come. The button with the person on it. There you got it.
Right,
there you go.
Business. Good evening. Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Joe Augustinelli, Michigan Growth Advisors. We're the consultants on this project. Just wanted to come up and say thank you for the board's consideration. We're really excited about continuing the work to whittle away at the county's sizable housing shortage with bringing these projects forward. This is a single-family home development in Oshtemo Township, 39 single-family homes, and we're here to answer any technical questions you might have, as well as Brian Farkas with the developer is also here if the board has any questions. So we appreciate your consideration this evening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, for my edification, if nobody else's, what are the income designations required, and what % of the 39 units will be available to people without, the huge income?
Right. So required by, let me clarify your question, required by statute, or what is the project proposing? Because those are not
the
necessarily
project.
two things. Okay. So the project is 39 units. 31 of those would be market rate for sale. 8 would be income restricted at 100% AMI rents, which would be for a 3-bedroom home, 2,100 a month, and 4-bedroom home, brand new single family homes, 2,300 a month roughly.
And is it a rental operation or will there be some equity built?
So the homes will be, are you asking if they're rent to own type of things? No, so there'll be a typical, developer owned, rented by their wholly owned management company.
But the 31 out of 39 will be market
for sale, market rate.
For
Yep.
sale.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vice Chair.
Sorry, and part of the recapture of that TIF district is for the difference between that $2,300 and $2,400, correct? That's recapturable.
The way the housing TIF program works is there's a calculation that the Michigan State Housing Development Authority produces that establishes what they call a control rent, and the difference between that number and the rent charged to your income qualified tenants is a TIF eligible activity that can be reimbursed over time with those TIF dollars. And yes, so this project, the eligible activities that would be funded, Macy went into a lot of detail last time, so I won't get completely into the weeds, but we're largely paying for the site infrastructure and site development, site preparation costs, and a small amount of that, it's called housing financing gap, which is tied to, again, that difference between the control rent and the rent charge.
And the housing financing gap runs out when the TIF runs out, correct? Or when it's no longer eligible to collect?
The gap portion is, in this case, we're proposing 11 years of income restrictions. So we'd be reimbursing those costs for 11 years. And then there's not enough TIF to pay for that and the infrastructure costs in that short a period of time. So the TIF will continue to capture past that 11-year point to reimburse those site and infrastructure costs.
Okay. With the addition of the walkable trail on it, I'm in favor of this. We're going to be doing a new TIF policy, our new brownfield policy that I think will alleviate some of Commissioner Gisler's concerns. So I'm in favor of this one, knowing that in the future we're going to refine this. So,
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. Have you all thought about implementing a community investment trust?
Community land trust?
Community investment trust.
I'm not familiar with that program.
A CIT. So basically it allows communities to directly invest in local real estate. Perry, who authored the Black Scorecard, talks about this so that specifically minorities who are at that 30 to 50% AMI can invest and actually afford projects like you're talking about. I'd like to see this moving forward because these are projects that I know my community are going to have a hard time affording. I don't want to see them come into a new development and rent, especially not at $2,200, with most of our constituents making between $15 and $20 an hour with a family of 4. So, as you know, I'm not a fan. I supported the last project like this. I'm not a fan of going by just 9 units being available, because for me, even those 9 units aren't available to the majority of our constituents in the county. So I ask that you go back to your team and you guys research the CIT method and then come back with some other solutions.
Yeah, I would love to learn more. I'm not familiar with that program. I will touch on, the underlying issue with more deeply affordable in this program is a single family house generates about $4,000 a year of tax increment. So there's only so much TIF money to go around, so that taking the rents more deeply affordable doesn't change the cost of construction. And there's just not enough incentive there. In this program, alone. So layered with others, absolutely. But this program was really created for that 80 to 120 AMI price point, and that's we've modeled a couple hundred of these around the state, and lots of different taxing jurisdictions, and as you get more deeply affordable, the economics just don't work. But certainly, look, new tools. I'm not familiar with the one you just brought up. I would love to dig into it. Maybe that's another way we can layer into these. But just wanted to provide that context.
Sure.
Yeah, and I understand you're limited with the state statute and what you can and cannot do. There is a requirement, I think that 20%, I think it's 15 or 20% of if you take those dollars have to be used for affordability from 80 to 120. Is that the correct number?
There's no percentage minimum in the
statute.
statute.
Oh, there's no percentage minimum. Okay. Well, as we look for those affordability rates in the future, just so you know, I'm more in favor of using that for homeownership to try to figure out ways that whether it's down payment assistance, I don't know if that's even capturable or some sort of way so that we can get these people the 80 to 120 range, because that's what this is designed to do, to get them into sort of generational wealth so that they can own the property and sort of build up their equity. But yeah, I'm not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Yes. So I will say we did approach this project originally as we were trying to do a for sale affordable project here, ultimately with the hope of pursuing the county's housing millage to fund that extra gap that is created. The underlying challenge with for sale affordable is that, again, the house costs what it costs to build, regardless of who's going to occupy it. And if you're going to sell that house at an affordable price point at a significant loss to the builder, taking that loss and getting reimbursed over 25 years doesn't make any economic sense in a for-profit model. So the state has approved 41 of these housing TIF projects around the state so far. There have been 2 that are for sale affordable. Both were nonprofit developers. One was a Habitat deal and one was maybe ICCF in Grand Rapids. And so you don't see the for-profit development community doing for sale because, again, the economics don't work without an extra incentive also. So we've been working as a development team trying to figure out how to do for sale affordable in this using this tool. And the key is some other community entity needs to fund that gap, and perhaps they get paid back with the TIF dollars. That math works, but it doesn't work without that extra support. Yeah.
As this housing TIF really targets the 80 to 120 AMI, obviously you've heard from the board, and I'm sure it's a intention as you explore the economics, as much affordability as can be garnered. So here, we don't have any properties that hit to the 80. We're at 100 of the AMI. My question specifically beyond that commentary is the rental units. Will Michigan Growth Advisors be the rental manager, or have you identified a contract on who will be managing the properties?
Yeah, so just to be clear, Michigan Growth Advisors is a consulting firm. We're a subsidiary of Miller Johnson. We are not the developer on the project. We're just the consultants. Green Development Ventures is the developer. That's an Allen Edwin Homes subsidiary. And the rental properties will be managed by Copper Bay, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Allen Edwin, based in Portage here. So they manage, Brian, help me out, 800 homes currently, and that portfolio is growing. So self-managed here locally in Portage.
Thank you. So now, I'll speak. I was recently at the Michigan Association of Counties Conference. Vice Chair and I both attended, and one of them was about who owns property in Michigan, and the rise of for-profit corporations owning rental properties, and the impact that has on the cost of the housing stock in general. So while it is a benefit to have additional housing units in the marketplace, projects that move forward, you know, you expressed how difficult it is to find the for sale, affordable for sale option in a for-profit model. We're exploring TIF and it's driving up additional corporate ownership of rental properties in the community. It is not really what I view as an inherent good for the community. Ownership is always preferred over rentership, but housing in general is a need. So I think there's room to refine and revise. I appreciate you being here for the dialogue. Any additional questions? All right. With that, we will close our public hearing. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to item 10, public comment. This is our first opportunity in this session. You may make contact with us by phone at 855-925-2801. Enter meeting code 10748. And then press *3 to join the queue. If you wish to speak during both public comment periods, you will have to press *3 again at any time after this first period has ended. So with this first opportunity, you have 3 minutes to address the board in a professional, respectful manner. Once you're recognized, whether on the phones or in person, please share your name and tell us where you're from. Is there anybody wishing to make public comment? Welcome. On the base, there's a little button with the person. There it is.
Thank you.
You got it.
My name is Michelle Davis. I'm the Executive Director at Housing Resources Incorporated. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, Chair Trebs, Administrator, Commissioners, and staff. On behalf of HRI and the people who desperately need your help to stay safe and warm this winter, we ask that you approve the winter shelter funding. People need your help. They desperately need your help, and some are dying on our streets. This funding provides for the very basic needs: a warm place to sleep and a connection to collaborative partners working together to provide housing solutions. I want to thank you for your efforts. We need abundant solutions, varied solutions. Please continue to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make comment? Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gwendolyn Hooker, Chair Straps, Vice Chair Taylor, Pro Tempo, Hepler, Administrative Catlin, and all of you lovely commissioners. My name is Gwendolyn Hooker. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo County, District 1 Northside. And I am here to actually tell you about 2 events that are coming up. Friday, we are having a mixer for Montine Wiley at Green Door Distillery. Many folks may remember this is the young man that was killed while he was working at the security at Green Door. One of Hope to Navigation's former employees and a staunch advocate for gun violence. And so his mom is launching an initiative, and we are inviting the Kalamazoo County, city, friends, family, supporters at large to come out and find out about this initiative and support what his mom Tanika is doing. And so that's on Friday. It is from 4 to 9. It's at Green Door Distillery. And I have a flyer, of course. The other thing is our 10th Hope to Navigation's 10th annual Walk for the Voiceless is on Saturday, which is October the 25th. This is our walk to remember folks that have been lost due to overdose. And this, we know, is a prevalent problem. We know that the county has taken a very big stand on addressing that need. And Hope Through Navigation has been doing that for the last 10 years, really raising awareness about the problem of fentanyl poisoning in our community and really trying to provide support and services around those issues, as well as empowering family members to remember the loved ones that they have lost due to overdose. And that is a walk to remember. It's October the 25th at 3:00 p.m. on the corner of North and Westnedge, which is, of course, the Tiny Houses of Hope location. And we would love for the community and you all to come out and support. We're going to have, it's our 10th annual, so we're going to do, we're going to do a few little things out there. We're always going to pass out Narcan, fentanyl testing strips. This is in collaboration with the Kalamazoo County Department of Health and Human Services. Y'all change y'all names so much I forget, but the people that help with that. And so want y'all to come out support. We're gonna have some cake, ice cream, some hot cocoa, all the things, and really just wanting to uplift and empower and educate and continue to raise awareness about the issue of opioid abuse in our county. And I believe that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Seeing none. Administrator, do we have anyone online? Thank you. All right, we will end our first public comment. Move to item 11, entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Chair, I move that we make a motion to vote on all consent agenda items at one time and be considered a consent agenda by the board.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Did we agree during the 4 o'clock meeting that one of the things on this agenda needed to be dealt with separately?
It was clarified what the item was, and so it did not need to be moved to non-consent.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. All right, seeing no further discussion. All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue. Yes. Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
9 yes.
The motion carries. All right. Flip through all of that. We'll move to item 12, our unfinished business and general orders. And we will now take up discussion for item 2025-1334 to entertain a motion, request for approval of a retirement resolution amendment, section 16, memorializing the retirement pension and the retiree and active member benefit adjustments.
So moved. Support.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Vice Chair.
This is huge. This is really, really big, and I'm pretty proud of this. So.
I'll just add to that, we're making an adjustment long overdue to our retirees, honoring our elders who really have built this community, colleagues that have served in county government and made a commitment, as well to current employees to bolster the retirement that they will enjoy in the future. And I know, there was robust discussion. I appreciate the community voices that help advocate and bring this forward for us and on behalf of the retirees. Seeing no further discussion, Commissioner Gisler?
Yes, just for clarification, this is an option to take care of the retirees other than what was recommended by the pension committee, which was just a check and move on.
Yeah, their recommendation was no adjustment. And what we're doing is offering a 0.75% adjustment for each year of retirement back to 2024, I think it is. And then also for current retirees, changing their multiplier from 2.0 to 2.1. And that is different than the recommendation from the Retirement Investment Committee. That's correct. Any further discussion? All right. With that, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strabs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
You have 8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right. Brings us to the end. Unfinished business. We'll go to item 13, public comment. Second opportunity to address the board at the number stated previously. You can press *3 to join the queue. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anybody wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online? Thank you, Administrator. Okay. So we'll move to new business non-consent, item 2025-881. Resolution to adopt Green Development Ventures LLC Housing TIF Brownfield Plan. Can I see it so I can read it? Sorry. My computer is closed up, so it just didn't make it to my printed agenda. So first is a request for approval of Board of Commissioners to suspend our board bylaws. 2, to remove Vice Chair John Patrick Taylor. Oh, now I got your middle name now, when you're really in trouble. From Integrative Service of Kalamazoo's board. And 3, to approve and appoint Commissioner Abigail Wheeler, no last name or no middle name listed, to the ISK board. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Ray. Suspension of bylaws, removal of Vice Chair Taylor, and appointment of Commissioner Wheeler to the ISK board. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strabs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Enthusiastic yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you for Commissioner Wheeler for being willing to step up for that appointment. It's an important one. Okay. So now I'll go back to item 2025-881, resolution to adopt Green Development Ventures LLC Housing TIF Brownfield Plan. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Excuse me, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Abstain.
Commissioner Ray,
No.
Chair Strabs,
No.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
You have 6 yes.
Thank you. Council, I like direction. On abstention, does Commissioner need to assert the reason for abstention?
Madam Chair, yes, she does. But generally, that's when there's a conflict that exists. And here, I'm not sure that there is a conflict. There's nothing in your rules that requires that members vote on every item, and so they can abstain. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. All right. With that, the motion carries. Let's go to item 2025-1264. Request to approve a resolution to establish the 2026 salary of the county clerk register of deeds. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
As this will have a direct impact on me and my family, I will be abstaining.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue, Commissioner Gisler,
An enthusiastic yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Also enthusiastic.
You have 8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries, and congrats on the enthusiastic yeses to the clerk. All right, let's move next to item 2025-1159. Request for approval of the Kalamazoo County Housing Brownfield TIF policy. I'm sorry. Yes. I got backwards here a second. My apologies. Thank you so much. Okay, the next item is request for approval of budget position and creations. I entertain a motion. Motion made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there any further discussion? This is the creation of 15 positions we heard discussed in our budget presentation at the Committee of the Whole, majority of which already have the job descriptions and will be ready to deployed for posting as soon as the budget is adopted. All right. Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
I see. Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Here we go. Sorry, a long agenda to scroll back to the right spot. Okay. We'll move to item, this doesn't have numbers, LL, resolution to adopt Green Development Ventures LLC, the Housing TIF Brownfield Plan.
County housing.
I got these all mixed around the wrong
No,
direction.
no, Madam Chair, you spoke correctly. The item that you're speaking to is item 2025-1159, and that is where you are in your agenda presently.
Thank you, Council. Item 2025-1159, request for approval of the Kalamazoo County Housing Brownfield TIF policy. All right, I got it stated correctly with support of the team. Thanks to the squad. Okay. With that, is there further discussion? Vice Chair.
Just this is much better than the previous one. I think they sought input, and I'm in support of this one.
All right, seeing no further discussion. Oh, thank you. I entertain a motion. Motion by Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Support.
Support by Vice Chair Taylor. No further discussion? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue, Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
We have 9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. That's why. My paper agenda and the digital agenda are just in a different order. That now I get why I'm so confused. Okay. All right, I think we have cleared all of the items in new business non-consent. So let's move now to item 15, our annual meeting items. So first is item 2025-1268, request to approve the apportionment report. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to item 2025-1269, request to adopt the resolution to apportion ad valorem taxes. Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? Sure. Roll has been requested. Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yeah.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue?
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strauss?
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
That motion carries. Of due diligence, I apologize to commissioners. I'm going to back us up to item 2025-1268. We just took that by voice vote, but the agenda does call for a roll call. So out of due diligence, I am going to call a roll for request for approval of the apportionment report. It was moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Strauss?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue?
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Commissioner Ray? 9 yes.
All right, that motion doubly passes. We got it. Okay. Let us now go to item 2025-1267. Request to approve resolution to adopt the 2026 budget for Kalamazoo County. Motion made by Commissioner Mazer, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Point of order.
Yes.
I need the chair to wake up.
Thank you so much. My apologies.
No worries.
My apologies. That motion is made by Commissioner Morales and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Discussion.
Just really, sorry.
Vice Chair, yes.
Sorry, just really quick to clarify, this isn't solidifying our community grants portion of it. This is just solidifying the dollar amount for community grants, and we'll have a discussion in that in the future.
That is correct. Administration will confirm, as we discussed earlier. So we are apportioning the $400,000, but not specifically what it is directed towards. Commissioner Morales? No. Commissioner Gisler?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could you identify how much of the new county building is included in this? Or is this budget include a good portion of that new county building? If not the construction, does it include the purchase of the McDonald's site?
No, we are within the current budget in which we enacted the purchase of the property.
So that's out of 25.
Yeah, this budget is from January 1st forward.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'd just like to recognize again, as we did in the discussion earlier, but really just the tremendous effort that the budget process is on the entire administrative team, county departments, all of the partnership that involved. And really, you know, my congratulations to Dr. Catlin for his leadership and stewardship through the budget process, for hearing feedback from the board, for always being flexible and nimble for us, and finding a way to make it all work out in the end, which is a good thing. All right, seeing no further discussion, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Straps,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
That motion carries. The budget's done. That's a sigh of relief, isn't it? All right, with that, we'll go to item 16, reports of the officers' bodies, administrator and controller. So we moved a lot of business again tonight, had a lot of information we gathered. I just end up always sort of in awe of the amount of work that it takes to move government forward. Just today, I had an opportunity to be in a couple of different spaces related to housing. I attended a housing plan development, corridor development session out at Cooper Township earlier today. I was in a listening session with the COC this afternoon as they're working on their strategic planning process related to housing. We had a lot of housing discussion focused this evening. It's been a busy time in the community. There's been many events and activities that are occurring. And I just continue to remain very hopeful, though I will get frustrated and discouraged at times, because I know that when people build community and work together, that we can solve problems, that we can build resilience, and that we can survive whatever comes before us. And I know that that's what Kalamazoo will do today and in the days in front of us. And with that, that's all I have this evening. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, potato chips. I'm also in awe of what good government can do. Nowhere else in the country is there a defined benefit plan who is increased. It hasn't happened in a long time. Nowhere else in the country is there a defined benefit plan where we take active employees and increase their multiplier. We've done a lot of really innovative things that other governments aren't doing it. And we're doing it because we're collaborating. We're collaborating across political divides. We're collaborating across economic divides. We're really making sure that Kalamazoo County is a good place to, sorry, Jeff, but to live, work, and play. 15 new jobs were created tonight. Our court funding, our courts had come and asked for additional requests, additional dollars. We were able to find those dollars. Just the list goes on and on. How we're fighting for our environmental justice with our compliance. The things that we're doing now and the things that are going on behind the scenes. Administrator Catlin, Dr. Catlin, and I worked together to really help a problem that the land bank was going through, and we were able to solve that with input from the chair. There's a lot of messes that aren't seen that are fixed by Dr. Catlin before he even gets to us. So what we're able to do when we work together is way more than any one of us can do individually. So I just keep that in mind as we go home and we think, well, man, I really don't like the way, say, Monty said that I disagree with her on that, or Dale DeLue, or Jeff Gisler. But you know what? I go back home and I listen to their, think about it, and put it through my head. Like, what is their perspective? How do I put myself, or at best I can, into their shoes and try to understand where they're getting from and how they, and it helps me be able to negotiate and come up with solutions where they're win-wins. And I think this board as a whole does that. We create win-wins. We don't look at a problem and say there's one side that's right and there's one side that's wrong. We come up with solutions. And I think that's what good government does. And so it's been an honor, and I've been proud to work with you guys. And Bo, if you're still sleeping, it's time for bed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those comments. Tonight, we did what most important thing this board does. That's create a budget that keeps everybody getting a paycheck and we keep the lights on and doors open. So to make Kalamazoo County a great place to live, work, and play. But it is a lot of hard work. And I appreciate the administration, his staff, our employees who work diligently keeping Kalamazoo County a safe place to be and, you know, a great place to live. There's a lot going on. As you said, we've got a lot ahead of us, a lot of things that we need to get done, and I look forward to working with everybody. And I appreciate all of our county county commissioners who are working hard to get these jobs done and take care of our employees as well as our citizens and our businesses. We need to keep them in mind. Their work creates a lot of jobs and makes it helps us make this county what it is. Again, we need to keep in mind our police and our fire and our ambulance folks, our military folks out there keeping us safe every day and night. Priority one, and as Mr. Gissler would say, priority one. So priorities. So appreciate that. Want everybody to have a safe and good week ahead, and talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you. We'll take it now to Administrator Catlin.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. I have multiple updates to give on just a plethora of things, but first and foremost, I want to thank this body. All of you have been very supportive through this budget process, been very thoughtful and considerate. I'd like to thank all of our budget team. We under Ryan's leadership actually established a budget team, and that's why I think a lot of things went way more smoothly than in previous years, and got a lot more experience, or provided a lot more experience to staff and finance to participate in the budget and own that process. So appreciate Director Post, Deputy Director Chkowski, and Assistant Director Wagner, as well as Accountant Marissa. They've been very, very diligent in their work and very competent, as well as obviously my two deputy administrators, Deputy Administrator Smith and Deputy Administrator Cole, have just been phenomenal. The elected officials have been very good to work with. All of our department heads have had a lot of involvement in the creation of this budget and provided sound input. And so my thanks go out to all of them, as well as obviously our administrative team. Dina and Monique do a lot of great work. They're still training back there, and our meetings run very smoothly as they continue to train and offload some of that work so that Dina can be more strategic in these meetings as well. So very much appreciate them to keep us moving forward in a orderly fashion. I wanted to share a couple updates. I say multiple updates, I guess, on some things that are going on. As you know, the Continuum of Care, we've endeavored in a partnership with them, the city of Kalamazoo, to provide winter solutions funding. And so they met on October 20th to make final funding determinations for the winter solutions RFP that went out. There were 4 organizations that they reviewed. One was HRI, one was Ministry with Community, another Dignity in Motion, and then Hope Through Navigation. And so while final funding, I don't know those yet, that'll be determined and presented by the COC, likely through a press release. Maybe it's a joint press release with us. We're waiting to hear back from them, but that information will go out, and then we know that process will roll out a lot more smoothly than it has in previous years. So we're looking forward to that, to ensure that there's needs are met with compassion and coordination. I wanted to inform you that I have received engagement from MLive, and so I'll be meeting with their director of news, local news from MLive on November 6th, alongside with other community leaders to learn more about their priorities and to share information about what we're doing in Kalamazoo County. So they reached out just to further that engagement. We've never actually met with a local news director, so it'll be a good opportunity for them to get to know us and share some of our priorities and further that connection and explore how we can keep our population more informed and connected to what we're doing. I wanted to highlight the HCS annual report. I know their report is very robust. Health Community Services has a lot going on, and especially in 2024. One of the things that they've done through some of the community services aspects with seniors, so our area agency on aging, they delivered more than 50,000 meals and repaired more than 75 homes. So they participated and contributed to 75 home repair projects. They've collected over 500,000 pounds of hazardous waste and 84,000 pounds of unused medications to keep the community safe. Significant outreach to the Healthy Babies, Healthy Starts program, the Nurse Family Partnership, and WIC, all with which directly support maternal and child health. We can't forget our veterans. They're a staple of this community. They completed more than 3,300 appointments and placed over 9,400 calls for assistance, with an increase of 124% increase in benefits. And so that veterans millage is foundational to be able to provide those services. These are just numbers that really, tell a story of, I would say, dedication as performed by our, members of the Health and Community Services Department, and they're supported through funding, obviously, by the state, but also that's championed through this board. So they're forever grateful for that, and we appreciate that. There were two press releases that were published. One highlighting the housing millage allocations. And as you know, you all took board action on that. So I won't go into detail, but please read those, and I'm sure you'll see the news stories on that. One in particular, the next that was published was the Caregiver Resource Center grand opening. And so last week, the Area Agency on Aging celebrated the grand opening of a new Caregiver Resource Center at the Health and Community Services Department located on East Alcott Street. The new space serves as a one-stop hub for family and informal caregivers, offering professional navigation, educational workshops, peer support, and respite connections. The center embodies our county's commitment to supporting the backbone of our aging system, those who care for others. So we're excited about that partnership, and under the leadership of Division Manager Don Saldia, we're forever grateful for his support and his staff support. Just phenomenal work going on over there. I wanted to inform the community and the Board of Commissioners that through a partnership with our Buildings and Grounds Department and the Veterans Treatment Court at the county courts through the 8th District Court. Please mark your calendars for November 10th, Monday, November 10th, from 3 to 4 p.m. where the courts will host a Veterans Memorial unveiling in the Jury Assembly Room at the Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. The memorials, which were previously located at the Michigan Avenue Courthouse, have been respectfully relocated in that Jury Assembly Room to continue honoring and recognizing the service of and the sacrifice of our veterans in the community. This event will be open to the public, and I encourage everyone who's able to attend that. It so happens to be on the same day of our board leadership meeting, so I know I'll at least have 3 commissioners that I can drag over there before we start our meeting. There is another item in my email. Let me just scroll up and look for it. Yes, there is a ribbon cutting. Very exciting. So, and I will send this to the board. I don't know, you may have been copied on it, but I'll just send it in case. But Jill Bland at the Southwest Michigan First is planning and hosting on Friday, November 7th, a ribbon cutting for the 131 business interchange. And so we'll be meeting at, I don't know how to pronounce that. Bursa Lewis and Dickinson Park on 1924 Douglas Avenue. So there'll be a ceremony and ribbon cutting for that project. They're really plugging away, and it's an exciting project that we were able to secure state dollars for. And Jill has worked very tirelessly on that project, and so we're forever grateful from her as well. And then, finally, on a personal note, I know the last meeting I just lost it, didn't I? So, and it just is what it is. It's my sister. So, but I do want to express, I will say, a heartfelt appreciation to my colleagues. One of the things that they did, and that's why I have this ribbon on, is that they showed support last week in honor of those that are in those that are affected by, domestic violence, those that are undergoing that now or have been able to escape that, and those that have, lost their lives to it. And so I just want to say, to this board and my colleagues that your compassion following the loss of my sister and your recognition of all these individuals affected by domestic violence has meant more to me than words can ever express. It's truly an honor to serve this body, serve the constituents of Kalamazoo County, the visitors of Kalamazoo County, and then also service alongside my thoughtful colleagues with empathy and integrity. So really appreciate that, and continue to enjoy every day of my position, no matter how much you think that you all are on top of me. I really enjoy coming here. So we have good relationships. So I appreciate it. And that's all I have this evening. Happy to answer any questions if there are. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. Are there any questions? Commissioner Gisler?
Are those purple ribbons available?
I can check with Dina, and we'll get back to you.
We know who really runs this operation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Administrator. One thing I'll just mention briefly here, we touched on this briefly at board leadership, but here in item 16, there is also the call for report of the bodies of the board, and that is not something that we're really doing as a practice very often. So what we mean by that, those are all the different advisory boards, the authorities, different committee meetings that we're attending to. So I would just like to encourage commissioners occasionally to bring material back and just update us and the community what's happening. It's a lot of work. Commissioner Wheeler knows, and Commissioner DeLu on that board appointments committee to go through, to seat the bodies, to get them engaged. And so I want those bodies to know their work is also recognized and funnels back to the community and to the board. So if you could think through highlights that would be appropriate to share, those would be valued and appreciated. Okay. Administrator.
I apologize. I know folks are trying to get out of here. So one of the things that, if you'll indulge me for a second on the county fair. So I was able to speak with the team during our break between the cow and the regular meeting. We do have a little bit of clarification that I need to garner before we do move forward. What I understood was that the board desired to, and I'm just using the term request for proposals, but was to solicit engagement around someone that would actually execute, run the fair. The county would just provide the budget. But on the other hand, we want to ensure that the thought wasn't to have staff plan that, develop a budget, and come back, because then there wouldn't really need to be necessarily, I would say, a request for proposals that would go out. Our staff could come up with the budget, that sort of thing. So I guess I kind of need direction on that. Or does the board desire to have someone externally run this? And I don't want to say by way of circumventing the fair board, they would still be involved. They would, participate in that engagement. But do we want someone else aside from the Parks Department running it, or do we desire or do we desire the public or the Parks Department rather to run that?
Vice Chair.
One, I don't think it's fair to our Parks Director to make him or to ask him to run it. And I don't think it's also fair to our community to tell them that we can't have a fair. So what I would like to see is, a 2-year plan is having the fair at our current county fairgrounds. Beyond that, I would like to see it move to a more agricultural area, more agricultural community. But we can't do that this year, or we definitely can't do that this year. We probably can't do that next year. To answer your question, I think we need an outside consultant or a request for interest for somebody to come in, give us what a fair budget is, show us what it's going to cost for 2 years or 1 year or whatever we have to do, however many year contract we have to get in with these people, with the vendors. But also 5 days, 4 or 5 days of rides, 4 or 5 days of food to supplement the 4-H fairgrounds, with success being an attendance rate of upwards of 40,000 people. So in order to do that, we would more than likely need an outside third party to administer that for a 2-year period of time. On top of that, which is probably separate, we're going to probably need commissioners and administration or somebody else to come up with, I'm gonna volunteer Lindy, but to come up with an idea that how do we have a 3-year plan that we get the fair out of the county purview? So that's where I'm at.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of going along with what Commissioner Taylor or Vice Chair Taylor is saying, but it may be more efficient to have our fair director, Mr. Rakowitz, come up and possibly look at giving us some figures, but I think we need to be prepared to provide him some additional support, being staffing or employees. The time is now ticking and we need to move this ahead if we're going to complete this task. Like I said earlier, we can work to succeed or we can work to fail. Let's work to succeed. And if we can come up with a plan, I don't care who does it, to be honest, but I think we need to be proactive to provide staffing at an adequate level and look at how we can get volunteers in to help that. And then for this next year and the next year, and then hopefully we'll see how that works to moving that to a different location, Richland or Schoolcraft or Vicksburg or somewhere down that way out in the agricultural area. But I think for this next year, let's make this thing successful. Showcase the kids that are young folks that are working to bring that and showcase it to the public that there's more than you get your hamburger from the frozen section of your grocery store. So I would be inclined to say I think our Parks Director could help us get that down the road, but I think we need to be prepared to provide him some additional help. And if necessary, if he feels that he needs somebody separate to do that, let's staff it the way it needs to get staffed. It's doable.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I concur with Vice Chair Taylor. Wow, say that 10 times fast. That we need third party.
I do have to say that 3 times fast a lot. It's hard. Commissioner Morales.
Yes, same. I just hate that it will be out of this part of the county, because it just makes it harder for the most vulnerable districts to have an opportunity to experience that. So, yes, and let's do it quick, fast, in a hurry to give some relief to Mr. Rakowitz, please.
So hearing a support for somebody external to be sought?
I do, as long as we'll have to do another study.
Okay. Other Commissioner Mazer and then Commissioner Kistler.
I agree with Vice Chair Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure exactly what John Taylor said, but I'd like to throw out a possible consideration. Let's find a good fair somewhere and run buses to it. You can go to Centerville.
So I think by consensus, there's direction to seek interest from an external party or management.
I appreciate that, Chair, and if I may, I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Morales's point about the most vulnerable portions of the community in transportation. There could be a part of the plan where we engage Metro, and there's a service that they could probably provide similar to what we've done. I'm not trying to put words in their mouth or commit them to anything, but we've engaged them on like the Pavilion Estates tornado disaster, and we can engage them as a component of that budget to see what it would cost if they would entice that idea. So, or rather, be amenable to that idea rather. So anyway, I'm just saying that could be a component, but for now in 2026, we would plan to coordinate that on the county fairgrounds and then later on. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware that we've already thought of that disparity. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Administrator. All right. Anything? Okay. You're good? Okay. All right. Let's go to Commissioner time. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, Dr. Catlin, I also lost it last meeting, and don't be ashamed. It was warranted very much so, and I very much so appreciate you being vulnerable. It's hard to do, but it's really needed, considering the cause that you are backing. Thank you to everybody who worked on the budget. It's a lot, I know, and it's an endeavor, and it's approved now. So go home and sleep really soundly tonight. Thank you to this board. Like we've all been saying, it's a pleasure to work with each and every one of you. I will gladly kick off reporting back from bodies. For those of you who don't know, I sit with Discover Kalamazoo as well as the Youth and Amateur Sports Facility Authority as well. And we're moving right along when it comes to the RFP for construction, and then also picking the operator as well. So very quickly here, I'm sure Jane will come and speak to us about all of those different components. We're meeting, I feel like, a million times between now and November, and then a bunch in November as well. Kind of the process that they're going to take is they're also going to do site visits. So there's going to be a committee that's going to do site visits at similar facilities in the Midwest that aren't older than 5 years to kind of get the latest and greatest. So lots of really good work being done on that committee. I also sit with the Kalamazoo Public Arts Council, and they are always trying to garner more support, and they would love to see you at their meetings. They don't do a ton, but the work that they do is great, and really get some really good support from local artists, and so that is a great committee that I sit on, that I appreciate their time and energy. They will be looking for a local historian here very quickly, I believe at the end of the year. So if you know anybody who is interested, we will need a historian on that board. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moranis.
Thank you, Chair. As we saw, Brownfield came up, I'm on that board, and we have a lot of robust conversations surrounding what affordable housing looks like. I feel like at times I am outnumbered on that board with the lack of understanding, and then when I hear profit, I lose it. Like, we're not gonna get the profit, and then Taylor will be like, I understand, and I'm like, Taylor, don't agree with them. While I understand the need, I just don't want developments to sit like housing is sitting in District 1. And 80% is tough for a lot of folks, specifically with what is happening in our administration right now. We just saw a protest this weekend with a lot of folks from the state of Michigan that have lost their jobs, that has stable incomes in their home. Their incomes have gone from 2 to 1. And as they say, it's hitting the fan. It's hitting the fan for a lot of people. And we don't know what this is gonna look like for families come January or in 3 months when they can't pay their mortgages. I'm trying not to put that in the air, but it's been the reality for the last 3 months. Oh Lord, I had some good notes. Oh, here they go. So thanks again, Dr. Catlin, to agree with Vice Chair. He is like the ultimate fixer. Today in the midnight, I couldn't be here. He's like, what are your priorities? What do you want in the budget? And I'm like, this. He was like, oh, don't worry, we got that fixed. I'm like, all right, I'm good. So happy about the budget. I know that is very, very stressful. I'm glad we got to take care of the courts. I had several conversations with judges, and I'm like, what is an absolute? And they're looking at me like everything. I'm like, you want the cookies and milk, or you want cookies with no cream in it? Like, what are we doing? And so I'm glad we got to get them situated. Also with the what did Zach work with? Land bank. It was on my brain. I'm glad we got the land bank situated, because there was some conversations specifically in Brownfield that were like tearing at my spirit. Like some of the things that were being asked for the land bank, and I'm sitting and I'm fighting like they're a part of the county. It's our duty to take care of the land bank. And then I hear people say, oh, we can't do that because it's about profit. And I think that's my struggle with a lot of things that we discuss on the board as we bring housing forward. I had a question today at work. Somebody was like, Monteith, in the fields that you work in education and in the county, what breaks your heart? And for me, it's broken systems and the fact that we can't fix them all. But I will say, as a testament to this board from my time on in 2021 until present, I think we do a very good job with how we heal our wounds, how we take care of our constituents. So if there's a wound, we actually put ointment on there to heal it. So when we take off that Band-Aid, the scab is not coming off with it. It's like that market, the scar is very minimal, and we're going on to the next thing. So proud of to be working with you all. And that's all I have. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Mazer.
All right, first of all, thank you, Dr. Catlin and administration for all the work you did on the budget. You listened to us, you know, and you reached out, and I really appreciate that. And also, I appreciate all of you. I'm so honored to be on this Board of Commissioners and serve with every single one of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler.
Thank you, Chair. You're great, Kevin, and I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. John reminded me when I first ran for this position in 2010, he said to me when it looked like I was probably going to be elected, and I'm not sure he was a big fan of that, but he said, you know, we're probably going to agree on more things than we disagree on. And that's definitely true. And I think that's true for everybody else sitting here. I've got some real bones to pick with many of you, but it's probably 80% that we agree, and we're trying to do the best we can for the county. And I think that's commendable on all of our parts. I noticed Mike and Tom sitting in the front row very patiently, and my no vote on the bump for the pensioners was only because I really have a high regard for the investment committee, and they, through their chair, Bob Salisbury, said, just write a check now for everybody that should have one. You can worry about how big a check it is depending on how long you've been retired, and I don't mess with the investment committee. If they say jump, I ask how high. So that was the nature of my no vote. It wasn't a no vote against pensioners at all. And I would make a suggestion that as we begin to deal with the grants, the community grants situation, that we somehow get at least some counsel from Cassie Bailey. She sat in as the main coordinator with the Senior Services Ad Hoc Council that Wendy and I sat on, and she has questions and documents that she gave to everybody that wanted to get into the pocket of the senior millage, and she could probably give us some good ideas on how to approach making sure that the people that say they're going to do something truly do something, because that came up frequently in our discussions. We said, well, these guys have been doing business with Area Agency on Aging for 10 years. What do they do? Well, she said, let me tell you. And she opened up her spreadsheet, and she just had massive information that made me feel a lot more comfortable when we started allocating that money. And I would encourage you, just, ask her, don't dump it on her, but just ask her, could you offer some counsel? Let us see some of your documents that you asked the bidders for money to supply you with concerning their history of what they've done and that sort of thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLue.
I'll start by getting under Monteith's skin here. I'm always about brevity, and lately I've been attending some township meetings, and they've reduced public comment to one time a night, not two. that would speed things up tremendously. Because you don't like it when I make suggestions, we cut things off. And apparently the administrator isn't as Dutch as I thought he was. He couldn't pronounce Versluis, but anyway. But I do want to thank you for your flexibility on the budget. I know I approached you a couple times, other people did, and you listen to people, and I appreciate the funding for the courts more than anything. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but the Animal Services Board, you can't believe that operation out there, and they're very pleased with what was in the budget for them tonight. And lastly, I don't want to be too partisan here, but we know Chair Stubbs is a Democrat. No. And it's only once every 2 years the Kalamazoo County Democratic Party has a big gala. It's a Brown Todd Whoopi gala. And they give out very few awards, but they're very prestigious awards. And I nominated, I don't think it's strictly because of me, Chair Stubbs. And she received an award for the Elected Official of the Year due to her passion and her dedication to this board and to the community. So it was actually a pretty big award. And so I just want everybody to know that well-deserved award, and happy to have you as chair of the Kalamazoo County Board. So, thank you.
You're very kind. Thank you so much. With that, we are adjourned.